doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
화이팅!
화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. Yesterday, we had two opposing flavors of match, right? We had the very high
Yeah, we
tier,
did.
the top of the standings, and then we had the very bottom. Today, we have exactly the same flavor both times, and that is surprise me. That's the flavor. That's what we're getting here today. We have absolutely no idea what to expect. Certain things have been happening, like pro games tend to go the distance, so maybe we'll have a long series. That's all I really know. DK, they looked great last week. Does that mean anything for this week, Chronicler?
Sure, yeah, as a known DK believer, a good week means that they'll swiftly dispatch of Bro, right? No, we don't know. On the tin,
Yes.
you know, when you buy this, it says you have a chance of surprise. Most likely, what are we expecting? 2-0 for DK, 2-0 for T1. That's what should happen based on what these teams have been doing so far. But we have learned that those things aren't always true. And particularly in the case of DK, they have also been known to heavily fluctuate in their performance. We give KT a lot of flack for this, but DK are pretty much on the same level, as Bro does show a lot of grit. The problem is it often comes down to a game-3 loss, which really stings.
Yeah, we're seeing here that it's the only series that they've actually not gone 3 games in was the one against Halma Life Esports, and I think that was probably because it was a week early. You know, if they had have come in off the back of the KT victory, then maybe there was a chance. However, they did take a game off that particular KT as well, so who necessarily knows what this is going to mean. All I know is that Showmaker was on fire and they had to put him out.
And it was a while, because Showmaker has not been on fire prior to last week. He had really been struggling, and DK is on a 7-game win streak. Wouldn't surprise me if the last time they lost is when they were like an actual top-tier team in the LCK, which was 2021, right? This is where the original Blue Shell Bro memes come from.
Yeah, I mean,
that's where it started.
This is also a little bit fake, ladies and gentlemen. I do need to bring your attention to one of the greatest tournaments of all time, and that is the Kesper Cup. And that was a tournament that Bro managed to win over this exact team right here. Not with stand-in players or anything like that. It was legitimately straight up these two rosters going head-to-head, and the victors were the Bros. So if you pay your bro tax, basically what I'm saying is if you pay your taxes, the government provides.
Anything
okay?
is
And the
possible.
government is bro.
As both Croco and Lucid, Rookie of the Year. Also, both have been on the receiving end of Chronicler fan clubs.
Indeed. You are somewhat predictable. Up-and-coming junglers seem to be his favorite. But Croco is certainly not as in vogue as he was a few years back. There are certain people that will continue to remind him. Maybe you're listening right now. You can tell tell Chronicler later on Twitter that he's done something horrendously wrong. As yes, the players going to take a bow here. And this is important, right? This is the bros wanting to escape the Rise group, not officially eliminated from contention just yet, as we do have a couple locked into the Legend group. Of course, Humble Life Esports and T1. And Gen G. Gen G haven't lost all that much over the last few weeks, although they did lose their first game in quite a while. So I guess there's that. However, it's only DNF that are locked into the Rise group thus far, and we'll see whether it's Lord Morgan that's able to bring this team to the promised land against Shiu, the rookie with really good stats, who's just playing really well. I mean, it must be so annoying being a top lane rookie, because you've got Keen and Zeus in the same league. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, really the only role where it feels worse is when it's mid lane.
Yeah.
Mid lane is actually kind of the worst, which is why yeah, we have had a lot of other rules. Have challenger players come up.
Oh, don't ever say it's Pro while I'm breathing!
Also,
yeah.
I saw Ty Degon there. I'm glad that the Degon's tanking his own predictions is still getting him the reward that he deserves.
Well, there is a very important thing to note here. Degon did predict, bro, one of the games this week.
Yeah.
It was not this one.
It's not.
The likelihood that this is the bro upset.
And then they would lose the other one.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, that's how it's supposed to go. And so if there's ever a game they're going to win against a team that's in the Legend group, or at least very close to it, it's going to be now.
Yeah, bro beating DK and then losing to Nongshim, that makes perfect sense to me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's how it's supposed to happen. Like, honestly, it is just all chaos. Like, underneath, like, third place, even underneath second place, it's just chaos.
Even Humble did lose to KT.
True. So the chaos doesn't even end.
We're a one-team region at last.
Well, we're a one-team region when it comes to predictable victories, okay?
Yeah,
and that is Gen G. They're pretty good at it.
I still think Hanwha is really, really good. Still think T1 is quite good. After that, it gets a bit more murky. We have Nongshim, DK, KT. And it's also reflected in game score, right? Those teams are very close together. As we will see whether Bro can do it again.
There he is.
Yeah, well, he did predict.
Yeah, put down
DK.
That bro circle. Put down the bro circle, Degon.
No,
Come on, mate.
No.
We know where your predictions lied.
We can be fans of a team and not predict them. I think that's okay.
Not Degon.
Because that's...
He can't get away with. He can't get away with it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what the acting is about though, Degon. We know what you predicted.
He was supposed to only throw one of them down. Oh, it would have been so much more dramatic. I liked it. Anyway, regardless, red side for DK, so theoretically blue side advantage for the bros. So they do get their first pick priority. Could be a big deal moving into this one, although I feel like DK have kind of shot themselves in the foot a bunch of times with their first picks that haven't necessarily worked out as well as they otherwise could. They were the first team to make me a believer in the first pick Neferi, though. But that may have been more about Lucid just being ridiculously good rather than the champion being worth first picking. Let's dive into it, though. Champion select here for game number 1. Xin Zhao and Vi both taken away. Vi taking some nerfs. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Xin Zhao
taking some nerfs. Doesn't matter.
Neferi probably got some nerfs.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you're banning these two, I would be highly suspicious of a Neferi ban also following up. And we'll see what the jungle matchup between these two is going to be. As the Kalista taken off the board. Talia is a big one.
Yep.
That is still open. Top lane, we've seen the classic... well, I was about to say Jace, because I'm kind of expecting Brion to ban Jace, because I don't think you should have let Shiu have Jace, and we know Morgan doesn't play it. Pantheon, another big comfort pick, which might prompt a Neferi ban, because they might want to, you know, do the trade where one gets Pantheon, the other gets Neferi. Maybe you don't want to opt into that now, so maybe DK bans it. Otherwise, I think that is a very no-brainer first pick here for Brion.
Thanks for stepping in there, by the way. I needed to pay my bro tax. I failed, but at least it's in now. It's better late than never.
Well, then you didn't fail. The game hasn't started yet.
Well, yeah. But probably it's a little bit less professional to be highlighting a message in Twitch chat in the middle of the podcast.
I do think that this is the one situation where you can get away with it. Also, I have on good authority that G-Sun is always watching in Twitch chat to roast people, so I think you're fine.
Well, I mean, she definitely knows that I did it, probably because I just announced it. It's okay. Nefiri going to be hovered here as the first pick rumble does come in. I find it so weird that we're not seeing a Taliyah just yet, but of course, DK don't need to pick it right now. It's just, why were we not prioritizing that a little bit higher? Although she pretty good at the rumble himself. Morgan wanting to carry for his team. So Lucid, do you lock away the Taliyah now? That is the question. Or do they allow Showmaker to maybe pick a Rise into it, something like that he has been favoring more often than not this season? This is curious, but there it is. So find it, like, I don't know. Is it justified? Is the rumble justified, Chronicler? What are your thoughts?
Well, you can't pick. Okay. Well, that's a great opener here for Brion, right? You have the Sejuani Yone combo, you have the Yone Rumble combo. Definitely a ton of pressure here in the team fights. Do you think that DK are most likely going to be leaning more towards playing for that silent with that Taliyah? Some setup in top would be really good, because I think normally we know she would go for Ambessa. I might still do it, but it does mean that this top side is kind of lacking the CC that I think you'd really want with a Taliyah, right? If this was a Pantheon, if this was a Zinzao, if this was a Vi, I think we'd be feeling a lot stronger about the 2v2. It's still really good. Like, this top side skirmish is there for DK. If none of them get instantly blitzed, I do think that they can do a lot of damage. But the only guaranteed lockdown they have is Ambessa. Even that's not really guaranteed, right? You still need to hit it. And there is a wind-up, as we have both top sides fully locked in. Now, DK, it's going to be looking for Ezreal, right? Like, that's kind of the no-brainer. If it doesn't get banned away, that's what aiming is going to go towards. And then we give Beryl an R5 counter pick. Makes sense to me.
That's
and
what it's
probably
looking
be like Alistair, if it's still available.
Yeah, it could be the classic R4 Alistair if there is a very high priority support that's still left up and available. However, the couple of bans they do have probably going to be thrown towards Beryl's way.
And then you just handshake and you go for, what, Hype Kai'Sa?
Kai'Sa fits this composition very effectively. Like, let's commit to having zero range.
I'd much rather see Jhin, though, looking at what the opponents have, because trying to play Kai'Sa into Ambessa and Taliyah
it's not fun.
Neferi does not sound like a very good time. Can also maybe just ban it, right? You can just... Maybe you want to go for R4 Nico here. That Braum ban...
Braum ban saying, let's play Misfortune.
Yep. That's another, and that's also an aiming special, and then they have to go Rel, right? Because you need something to kind of tie this whole composition together. Nautilus can work, but I don't think it offers quite as much team-wide CC.
Well, I actually feel like the MF would be strong for Brion at the same time, so...
Yep. I like MF here. I think aiming has been very consistent on it. It's a hard game to play MF in because there's so much backline dive and backline threat, but it would make really sense with what they've been doing, and then Barrel's going to play Rel. If it's not
I don't think Polo's going to let him play it, but he's got the Nautilus if he wants to, you know, something that can get a fight started if they're looking for it.
You know what he can even do? He can go like Maokai. He's done it before.
What about a Mumu support?
Okay, but I'm looking at the enemy team. I feel like Maokai does kind of... Especially if they pick a short area here. I would like Jhin here for Hype. I think it's a good neutralizing matchup. It works really well with the composition.
It's Kai'Sa Rel, dude.
Well, I think that's what's going to be with Kai'Sa not, but I feel like giving the Rel over would be a mistake.
Ooh, Varus going to be the consideration instead. That's sort of a middle ground between the two.
Yeah.
Bit of utility, but also a bit of DPS. And Varus has been very high priority for quite a while. It's actually surprising that it is still up and available. Part of the reason why we don't talk about it later on in the draft is oftentimes it is one of the 5 bans or it's been fearlessly banned as that's a Poppy. Okay, I feel like this is a bit risky. This stage of the draft, Beryl can pick something that can play into it in the laning phase quite comfortably, but we'll see what they do decide to do. Yeah, Nico would be very good. You get the engage, but you also deal with the lane.
The Poppy, to me, is always also kind of a anti-Rel tool. You ensure that Barrel
Yep.
can't just slam the rel here. And it looks like it was successful. Looks like it's just going to go for the Nautilus instead. And the Nico, I would have liked when it comes to the 2v2 in the lane matchup. But if you miss that, you are still in deep trouble. And this composition does need a way to engage, right? And Nautilus, outside of rel, as some of the most efficient team fights you see, you can just throw your ult out, auto a bunch of people, go for hooks. And a guaranteed way to start the fight, even if it ends up with Barrel dying, is something that DK, I think, need. Their snap engage is one of the big reasons. But if you're Breon, this is a good comp, right? You have Poppy into Ambessa, into Neferi. I think the top side for DK is, if they hit everything, obviously that top side is kind of disgusting. Lucid also on a Neferi again, where he's been very consistent. But I don't think Bro are going to be too sad. And I always want to see a team when they're on blue side to come out with a draft that at least makes us go, okay, you got power picks and you got a good level of cohesion. And they got both, right? Closer on Yone, Croco on one of the best tank junglers of the patch. Go look it up.
We'll see how it does go, though, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm actually looking forward to the next match already, the next game, because Talia and Poppy, both of them being taken away, does allow for a lot more funny business moving further into the draft. However, we do need to get through this one, see who's going to be able to take it. The Bros on the blue side utilized it very, very well. That top side of the map, that's where our eyes are going to be glued. The Sejuani synergy is everywhere. And if DK managed to come away with the victory here, I think it will largely be off the back of the fact that they are the better team on the day. See what happens, though, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the Rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Wow, that felt like, as far as the cheer-off is concerned, a bit of a DK win at the beginning of this. So that means that the Bros officially the underdogs moving into this one. And that, if you are a Bro fan, should make you very, very happy. Although don't broadcast it. Cannot jinx anything. Need to make sure that the level of Bro Leaf that we have outwardly is at a minimum, and the internal Bro Leaf is at a maximum.
I thought Bro were impervious to curses. I thought that was more AT. Is this
like
just you?
It's a lot me. I'm very scared of caster curses because they're so real, you know.
Well, if we do have a traditional Bro and Brew, we can kind of delve into that, right?
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
Good conversation topic. Surely these teams won't do that to us, though. Surely this is going to be an action-packed game.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think that there's any way that we're going to have like a mid-game of just trading objectives and not really figuring out what we can do.
DK have definitely not been known to handshake that type of playstyle.
Well, to be perfectly honest, they're the ones that are going to save us from this. We know that the Bros are going to make like 3 plays in the early game, do absolutely nothing until 25 minutes, and if they haven't lost already, there's a chance.
Good old Bro clock.
Mm-hmm. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it is broken, please try to fix it. That's the problem that they've had, is that it hasn't necessarily been working. They haven't found too many opportunities here as Beryl. Just going to utilize that Aftershock. And aiming is pushing this wave up. So, of course, the amount of lane presence that you have as the Poppy isn't massive, even in the melee range combo matchup. And they're just happy to let them hit level 2, take the wave that's crashing in, and shouldn't really be too worried. Slight gold advantage, but that is only because DK have got their waves shoving early. The Ambessa are also doing a very good job here towards the top side of the map as well, and I think that this is a difficulty, right? We've seen a lot of the Rumbles do very, very well in this matchup, but nameplates, I feel, for a lot of these have been very important, and Morgan just hasn't been laning all that well outside of Sion.
Shio has also been the one guy that we've seen pilot this matchup with actual grace, right? Like going pretty even early on. In this case, I do think winning or like actually having lane pressure early is kind of just a player diffy. But he's been able to scale into the matchup a lot earlier. We know that a lot of Ambessas still like the champion a lot because of the amount of inevitability she gets and her guaranteed value later on, because you get so many free stats, particularly on your ultimate. Combination of the spell vamp and the frankly outrageous amount of armor pen that you get for free are definitely very, very strong. But early on, I do think this is just going to be a bit of back and forth. But Shiu definitely going to be up about a wave, I do think, when we're done early on here. As Thus far, none of the junglers really doing anything too interesting. Showmaker's a little low on mana. They did also spot Croco, I'm pretty sure, and
Yep.
I don't think they want to bite off more than they can chew. That 2v2 can definitely go either way. With Showmaker with this low mana, I don't think he really wants to risk it.
Yep, Seismic Shove going to stop Croco from going home as well. As you can see, Lucid likely to be able to stop it again, which would be somewhat frustrating. Comes on over and actually finds him here, as Lucid calls the Hounds once more, and slinks back into the Fog of War here. Closer making his way over, though, as he dashes in, gets a nice knock-up on the Doggo, who flashes to get himself out of the way. Lucid down to about 250, as Croco is going to be able to take away the Raptor camp. Nicely done there from the bros. Some aggressive play early on.
Nicely done there by Closer. Good call from Lucid to flash. If one extra auto hits him, is all the hook.
Max range hook. Feral feeling like perhaps he doesn't really want this. The Titan's Wrath is at least going to eat some of that damage.
Yeah, they might have thought that Polu was roaming further up than he was. As
Another hook
igniting.
goes, yeah, Polu taking so much damage, aiming, turning his attention now to Hype as the Blighted Quiver stacks. Really doing the work here.
Feral still has flash.
This is a little bit scary for both sides, as aiming is, of course, very close to death.
Ooh, a little bit of action here early on.
We are not brewing and broing as much as I was expecting, but we did state this earlier on. The early game, that's the time where there's the action. And we are seeing that. That is at least delivering.
It's the mid game that always catches you off guard.
It really does. Well, it doesn't really catch you off guard necessarily. I feel like that's kind of wrong. I feel like it lulls you to sleep. That's what it kind of does. So it's sort of the opposite of catching you off guard, because it doesn't really catch you at all. It does nothing actively. It just exists, you know?
It's just kind of there.
It is indeed kind of there. Showmaker shoves his way back. Does have a slight advantage now, but that will be evened out and extended there by Closer, whose Yone has been doing very, very well. I'm very happy to see him back on these like more assassin-y, brawlery type champions. He was always so incredibly good at that, and when he was building up his synergy with Croco all those years past, it was on champions like this that he really made a name for himself. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can actually make that work. They do have a lot of power in mid-game fights as well. That's the sort of the irony of the fact that it's Bro with a mid-game team fighting composition, because they're just not the team that does any fighting in the mid-game.
No, not particularly. Lucid, I think, cleared out vision in the Dragon. I thought that he might actually start it, as Rocco is waiting.
Yeah, not going to quite find the Winter's Wrath damage, but still Permafrost is there.
Showmaker has ult, but I don't really want to go into this 2v2, understandably.
I've seen this play before, ladies and gentlemen, as Lucid does go untargetable, and out goes Closer. Rips a whole bunch of rocks up as well, as he makes his way through. All of the tiling work that Showmaker just did there, just destroyed by the Yone.
It's quite rude.
It is so
really
rude. In fact, so many champions do it.
There's a lot of time and effort that goes into that, Atlas.
I know. Oh well. Feral just going to get chunked, but does have that shield, as Croco has started off this Dragon. I love the aggression that this guy's been playing with, though, on this Sejuani.
Yeah, it's him and Closer. You know, the Love Sandbox 2022 reunited. Had it together. Of course, if you're wondering, where was Closer in 2021? He was playing for T1.
He was.
Might have forgotten that, but that was a thing that did happen. Was part of the infamous 10-man roster.
And it did have like some decent games there as well. I don't think anyone was saying, oh, he's the second coming of Faker, but it was definitely not all that bad.
No,
early stages of his career. Also manages to get the cannon right there, which is very important.
As it turns out, Faker is the second coming of Faker, because, you know, he hadn't won in a while, and then he won two.
Yep.
But even at 2021 roster was so funny to me, because they were still just a single game away from making it to a World's Finals with Kana. That did happen.
Yep.
As we have Showmaker being forced back, Lucid is really just looking for a steal and to get the hell out of there. Yes, he has topside prio, but taking an early skirmish when you don't have prio in mid, and you have that Yone Rumble combination, definitely not something that you actually want to commit to.
Nope. You can see Morgan actually freed from the lane momentarily as well, so it was going to be very dangerous for DK to stick around there. So a heads-up play, not wanting to go for anything, but still, that is going to be 2 objectives over to Bro very early on in this one. Means that feats of strength well and truly on the cards. No first blood just yet. See who's going to be able to take the first skirmish, but Bro right now, very, very strong. Them on a single item, I feel, is so much more powerful, as now Beryl going to be able to get the lockdown. There's a depth charge onto Hype as well, who has to flash out of the bullet time. Both summoner spells now on cooldown for the Bro 80 carry, and that may put a little bit of a dampener in their early power.
That's a big deal. Ferris is very reliant on those, even though he is playing lethality, which I do love. I think that was the right call here.
Yes.
Seeing how short range the rest of the decomposition is, but does mean that a possible dive could be in the cards here when Lucid is making his way over.
Let's see what they can get done here as Beryl softening up Polo just a little bit. Does get the wall slam as Lucid looking to come on down. Stefan's presence still there as aiming is going to get the cleanse off, and Lucid does go untargetable, but they're unable to lock down any of the kills, and now Croco is making his way in. The flashes are back off cooldown. Apollo comes over, and he'll grab a buckler and slam it into Lucid as now Closer looks for the ulti. The flash out from Lucid as Beryl just holding on to his, and DK know that they are already out. And the Bros just trying to force and not quite finding it, although there is the Glacial Prison. Lucid had his finger on the button.
He was ready. Knew that was coming. The TP.
Another hook going to come on through here as the teleport is coming down. Hype is sticking around because he didn't really have a good direction to go, as there is the surprise Teemo face, and Polu has nowhere to go. It's a double for DK. And they'll take 1 for Showmaker and 1 for Lucid. That ain't a good sign for the Bros.
And what started off as a big mistake from DK, because aiming took turret aggro there when clearly Neferi's job is to take the turret aggro. So we'll see in the replay, I'm sure, how that happened. I don't know if it was just like an auto second too early, what ended up giving him the aggro there.
Rain may have been something to do with it.
A little too early, and that means that this dive doesn't work, right? Because in theory, this is very straightforward. Lucid is able to go in, drop the aggro, and they get out. Instead, there's this whole sequence, great hook from Beryl to ensure that Lucid gets out, and then Showmaker actually shows up before they're ready, not even using gold, just straight up TPing into the lane right behind them as they try to get the crash in.
And they didn't even really react to it. I think that Hype knew that without summoner spells, he was just never going to be able to walk off.
And this this is a continued effect of that mistake from Hype, right? Getting caught by Beryl, not respecting the brush, having to blow both summoners. Closer did have TP, so theoretically could have TP'd like on his own wave, but at that point I think him making the call to just shove in was definitely the right one, because he did get played.
Yep.
Maybe even 2. I'm not sure if he already got the one before, and then also was able to build up a CS lead. But this is something we've seen Showmaker do very consistently, and it's kind of the difference between is DK doing well or poorly. Is Showmaker sacrificing his own lane to make impact in sides, and then if it doesn't work, he ends up falling substantially behind. If it does work, like here, he's fine.
Yeah.
Not too bothered. And I do think we need to keep checking in on this, because this has been an ongoing thing for DK specifically, because they funnel so much gold into aiming. But we'll see how it plays out here. But early kills on Showmaker and Lucid, that's never bad for DK.
Absolutely not. And I think that it's, mid to late game that aiming really does do most of his investing, you know. And the early game is all about giving that power to Lucid and to Showmaker. As Hook is going to go a little bit wide. Lucid was set up for some sort of catch in theory. Beryl comes on over, does want to be able to share some of that money there, aiming, if you wouldn't mind, good sir.
Heart still stacked. Come on, Croco. It's worth it.
Well, he doesn't have any stacks just yet.
I know, that's why you gotta get started early. It's compound interest.
Indeed. So, I mean, okay, Beryl is going to face check perhaps, does land a hook, there's the knock-up onto the Varus as Showmaker's turned up, but the seismic shove goes wide, and now he might be out of position. The ulti comes through though as Shiu turns up and says goodbye to Hype. However, the same thing is happening on the other side. It's a great equalizer from Morgan as Shiu looking to try and escape, and Lucid is going to get caught out. He does survive for a little bit longer, but DK cannot stick around, and the Bros win the fight.
A 3 for 2 in favor of the Bros. We'll get them a dragon as well. Second dragon to come through here.
That's a big one.
Showmaker missing on Hype there actually ends up being a really big deal. It means that Lucid needs to invest a lot more, because initially they are obviously very aware, have the wall available, want to make a play on Hype here. But look, that Showmaker doesn't hit the knockback, which means that Hype stays alive for a really long time. The entire team is forced to go in. Shield uses his ult, and then the TP from Morgan. The equalizer to soften them up. And then the attempted escape, not going to happen, right? The chase of Sejuani and Yone, something that you're not easily going to get away from. And it's the top side of Brion that secures them a big win there. And Hype in that one was just really bait, ended up working out very nicely for them.
Exactly right. They've just got so much firepower on the top side of the map. We mentioned this already.
Yeah.
It's the Rumble and the Yone that can just get the stuff done. So if they are just going to tunnel on trying to kill Hype, you're likely just to get barbecued in the process, which is somewhat problematic. Croco also playing very, very well. Make sure that everyone's imprisoned for the majority of the time. However, having a look at the money, it is entirely even between these two squads. The Bros not quite able to make too much more of it outside of getting that dragon lead. Just unfortunately for them, it's an Ocean Soul this game, so it's not going to be the most pivotal of Soul.
It actually might be a pretty big problem for Brion. I think that Varus already has kind of a tough time to get a lot of value in this game, because aiming can just sustain up, right? Barrow has a shield. Shield probably shouldn't get hit, has a good amount of shielding as well, and then Lucid is Neferi, so if you add on top of that an Ocean Soul, I think Hype is really going to lose a lot of impact, and he already is not too far behind, but Lethality Varus that's behind the curve. I think it's not as bad as it used to be. I think he scales a lot better than he did, say, a year or two ago. But still not going to be feeling too great, as a Herald fight might be imminent here.
Yeah, Croco taking a little bit of damage as Shelly's getting somewhat aggressive. Lucid feeling like Croco is probably going to run away from this one, and Shelly is going to lose interest, as we can see there. Closer is teleported in, though, towards that top side, and now Lucid looking for an angle towards Morgan, but Closer gets in there at exactly the right time. Equalizer is down, and the hot dog is cooked. Shiu going to fall as well, and the Bros just had the answer.
DK trying to get a catch there onto a flashless Morgan. And Bro was ready, as you're saying. They knew what was about to happen. Immediate turn comes through. The barbecue taking down the hot dogs as well as Shiu there. And it's the... As we take a look here, so it's an attempted pick, but Closer is ready, and that's the big difference maker, right? Gets the CC, Croco immediately throws his ult, Palu's there. So even though Showmaker is also TPing behind the play, which ends up being a really big detriment, right? Imagine if he doesn't TP and they just shove out that bot wave, probably get a bot lane turret for their efforts, they'd be feeling good. As the DK mid-game getting beaten out by a pro mid-game. And like DK, I think their strongest points when they're playing well is their mid-game fights.
I would agree.
And then Brion, we've already gone over in great detail how their mid-game fights are kind of where they don't do a whole lot. And I think that this roster has been a little better than the heydays of Bro and Brew, but it's still kind of there. And
yeah, I feel like Croco's
right now.
Croco and Closer have been the best answer to the lack of mid-game. Of course, it was Umpty's Bro that really did sort of take a catastrophic leap into the Lulzville.
Yeah. Well, unless you like that, right? Then it was a joyous leap.
That's true. I mean, it was still, no matter what and you think of it, it was often not very much happening.
No.
And
we actually got a good amount of kills for a Bro game. It's 9 in 17
no, exactly.
minutes.
That's what I'm saying. This is certainly upgraded as far as the level of action is concerned. Closer does find a little bit of an angle here towards the doggo as Lucid going to get spotted out, but that should be first Terror Blood, and that should also be feats of strength as Polu comes on over. Chains of Corruption just barely picking the gap in the DK members. As now Hype just going to drive Shelly towards the bottom side of the map. Does get a knock-up on the Crab as well. So much value here. Showmaker taking a fair bit of damage. And the Crab is going to be finished off. Next dragon going to be up in 30 seconds time as Shiu going to deny the extra crash, thank goodness.
Things are not looking good for DK. They kind of want to fight here, but look at the item finishes for them. Not too great. Croco rather is already sitting on 2 items. Equalizer still available, Closer's ult still available, and Hype is already halfway to his ult cooldown.
Yeah.
Looks like DK might just have to give this one up. And it used to be all the memes about DK's first game. But ever since they had their dip, that meme did kind of die. Because they did just lose a whole lot of 2-0s. And Bro right now are feeling good.
Well, this seismic shove is actually going to connect as the bullet time not thrown out just yet. There is a Glacial Prison, though. Equalizer down as well as Lucid going to leap in. Doesn't manage to stop that, but Closer over the wall finds Shiyu and Showmaker as then turns his attention towards Lucid. The bullet time's good as Beryl holding them in place and Shiyu dashing around the back of the fight. The wall is going to block them off, but there is so much money on the Bros right now, and Hype is looking to clean it up. A triple kill for this. Varus puts him right back into the lead, and the Bros, they ain't brewing, they are cooking today.
That is Soul Point for the Bros. Up 4K gold now. And the fights from DK are just not hitting. Not able to get the Dragon. As we take another look, attempt to take on Tapalu, doesn't quite work out. He doesn't really care because he's Poppy. And then we take a look here. DK really want to play for the pick. The Equalizer doesn't even do that much, but it's Closer. Look the damage he does onto Showmaker and Shiyu. And then it's such a fragmented fight where Shiyu goes in, but Beryl isn't that tanky. Not able to get the hook onto Morgan either. Showmaker's wall forces him to just immediately flash, and he kind of just walls to his death. This Talia, for me, has not really been working out outside of that one TP play to bot. Beryl also is gone for Mikhail's, which obviously is great when you need to cleanse a Croco ult, but not great when you're trying to not die.
Yeah, Beryl is not exactly the tankiest of Nautilai right now, or Nautiluses. I like Nautilai better. It feels like a more fun thing to say.
I think, Bro, I like it. You have the creative liberty. Just do whatever you feel like.
I appreciate that.
Bro are looking great for Otacon. And we're getting to the point where I'm going to start saying things like, bro, as long as you don't Elder Flip, I think you just have game one. I think things are just looking good.
They barely even need to focus on this next Dragon as well, because of course it's an Ocean. Beryl looking to find an angle here. As with the rocks over the wall, that is the option that they're looking for. As Otacon has been started, Teleport does come in.
Otacon still shreds you. But their zone control is so good, right? Like this Ocean Soul as well, actually getting access to this pit, I think might be impossible.
Well, Beryl down to 50% health already.
Lucid doesn't have flash.
He is in position. He's now out of vision as well. As he's looking to try and get over. Out goes Beryl, but he hooks himself back in again, doing that real cool Nautilus tech. But there's a steal on the Otacon. The question is, can they keep themselves alive? As knocked off his wall is Showmaker. He's going to get taken down. Lucid, no more untargetability left, and he'll get cut up as well. And yes, the Otacon gets stolen away, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? And that is 3 members of DK and probably a bunch of their turrets.
Now, if that was Elder Dragon, you'd be cooking. But it is just Otacon, which I think is nice, but doesn't mean that much. Good buffer there by Beryl on the Poppy ult. That is nicely done, but look at the ult from Morgan. Lucid and Showmaker
can't do anything.
Just can't realistically get out. And right there, Showmaker trying to get out again. The Talia, it feels to me like if he does that, make this play a little bit earlier, he just gets out, right? It was already clear that Lucid was going to die with the position that he was in. And instead, ends up giving over another kill. The bounty's nice, but the kills mean that the bounty didn't really change the gold lead, right? Didn't move the needle whatsoever.
Nope. And it's about a 4,000 gold advantage here for the Bros at 22 minutes. Soul Point on top of that. I think that now it's all about waiting this 2.5 minutes until the Baron, and then utilizing that to get a siege happening. Use Polu to throw down the Keeper's Verdict, get rid of a couple of members of DK, take down an inhibitor, and then they are just off to the races. The Bros, like, you can see the victory in your mind's eye.
I really want to highlight as well how important these remaining matches are, even if they end up just dropping a game, right? Say that DK lose this, are able to bounce back. DK, KT, and Nongshim. Nongshim is 1 series up, they're 8-6. KT and DK are both at 7-7. DK is +1, KT is -1. Those 3 teams all have to be very, very careful about games they drop and series they drop. There is the KT versus Nongshim series, which probably will end up being one of the biggest indicators of who actually makes it. But one of those 3 teams is not going to make it to the Legend group, right? And for them, that means missing out on so much practice, because realistically, with what we've seen so far, all of those teams are playoff teams.
Yep.
And it will really hurt their entire year if they're not able to practice, even if you do get beaten against teams like Hanwha, against teams like Genji and T1. So I really want to, again, hammer home the stakes. Even a single game drop here as the Ocean Soul is about to get taken for DK is a big deal. It means that KT's not very far behind them. And imagine if they actually lose this series, right? And KT end up winning. DK could just drop into that Rise group.
I mean, there's also a chance on the other side of the coin for the Bros to use this as a springboard to spring themselves into the Legend group.
Yes, that is true.
It is possible.
They are still playing Genji.
Right, yeah, but Genji's
They need to... Well, actually, if they win this, they can lose to Genji. They just need to beat Nongshim, which is doable, and DRX, which, knowing the Bros...
I mean, they should win that.
Yes.
That's probably the one they're going to lose for that exact reason. As the Soul is unbound, but close the rebinds and everything is absolutely fine.
The dream is alive.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Again, we're just talking about game 1. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves.
Well, Beryl is going to have to wander out of Croco here. He does get shoved over the wall, but he's kind of happy about it. Glacial Prison going wide. Beryl still in a whole lot of trouble. Depth Charge going to get a double knock-up. He flashes forward, but rebinding the Soul gets him out of the seismic shove, and Beryl able to anchor his way to safety. A few buttons now on cooldown, but it's only really Croco's ultimate that they lose, and Polu, the majority of his health bar is now gone. Edge of Night now down as well for Hype, but you can see they just have so much power, so much control, that it doesn't even really matter. They can take pot shots like this and still retain all of this control.
Breon, the only thing they need to avoid at all costs is giving Elder. I think even if you give up if you give up the Baron in a flip, that's not the end of the world. Obviously, you still want to try and avoid that. DK have been really good at their steals, though. They've been very consistent, as Hype does use his ultimate.
Yeah.
Oh, big ult.
Yeah,
Lucid wasn't able, but they don't have the damage. Like, there's not a lot of people onto Baron. Lucid's going to be able to find a re-entry here.
Yeah, actually, the Keeper's Verdict now on cooldown. They have to
look
peel.
for the turn.
They
definitely
They
are.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall comes in. That means the Showmaker is nowhere near him. That's just Beryl dead. Aiming is now trying to kite away 2 people, as Closer does have to go back. A seismic shove going wide once again, but it buys enough space for the MF to make her way out. So, yes, Beryl's dead, down for 20 seconds. Lucid still in the area. Polu still waiting for that ulti to come back up again, but it looks like this Baron is still going to go over to the Bros. Unless Lucid finds a nice flip to get himself in.
He does a flash.
Yep, the vision does come over as Lucid. Well, we did not need to see that, did we? That was not exactly what we wanted. As Xiu is going to look to trade, he's going to teleport his way out, picks up a bounty after taking down this turret. We could have just been watching that instead of watching that attempted flash over the wall completely fail. All right, Showmaker going to have to get on his surfboard.
Yeah, Hype did have ult. I kind of feel like he could have made that happen. As we take another look here.
Oh, do we have to?
Well, this initial sequence isn't too bad. So Barrow gets caught. Aiming, understandably, wants to hold on to his flash as long as possible. Does use it here. We got to hit these seismic shoves, though. Like, it's a nice sidestep by Polu, but imagine if we do get Poppy. Because I think the reason, like, again, Lucid missing this flash obviously is rough.
Damn. It looked like it was... It looked way worse outside of the replay.
Well, he was definitely not in a great position, but the Poppy was there, right? Like,
yeah.
So I think in hindsight, using the flash in the first place doesn't feel great, but you want to try and get the flip so you can get the bounty and then at least maybe contest. But there is a Poppy on top of you, so I think it's understandable. Not the easiest flash, even if you are not being pressured. The bigger issue, obviously, is what has been happening before this. With the Soul now, Breon certainly about to push in here for a Game 1 lead.
Yeah, ulti comes through from Closer. It's a little bit forgettable, but still, it's Beryl once again dead. And there is the cleanse out from aiming already. The flash on top there from Croco and a double kill for Hype to start this one off. There's the ulti to come on down as well as Closer is still just going to turn that into even more. Looking for the knock-up, she is going to flash out of the way, but he is the only one left alive. And the Bros, a 10,000 gold lead. Nexus turret number 1 going to go down. The second one to follow, and only 2 more after this. And they will have taken down DK and looked to push themselves ever closer towards the Legend group.
The dream's still alive off the back of a performance of 2 men. Command and Conquer, Closer, and Croco. Able to make such an impact, the early objective control. It started in the lane, right?
Yeah.
Soul Showmaker immediately get bullied by this Yone, which meant that Lucid was getting invaded, which meant that Croco got tempo, and they snowballed it so exceptionally well. And Yone has been one of the most often banned champions, I think, for a very good reason. And it also kind of puts into perspective again, one of the few counters we have seen to Taliyah has been specifically Yone, because he can very easily ignore a lot of what Taliyah's kit does. And Showmaker's Yone has just never been that good.
Yeah, well, his Taliyah is not looking so hot in this one. There are a bunch of the champions now Fearless banned away.
It's a blue side win as well, right?
Yeah.
So I think really well done by Bro. No need to doom her yet, but there are a lot of stakes in this match for both teams, Atlas.
Oh, 100%. DK already upset about this, though. Like you mentioned, game score is going to be very, very important between KT Nongshim and DK especially. The Bros, a lot of room to catch up, and a 2-0 here would be massive. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down. Then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
하자. 타워 쳐봐, 타워 쳐봐, 타워 쳐봐.
볼게.
타워 쳐봐, 타워 쳐볼게. 타워. 야, 미포. 볼 수 있어? 볼 수 있어? 미포.
그냥.
나왔어?
끝내고 나 바탕 갈게.
나
우리 여기 봐줘봐 이거.
봐줄게. 타워 나야. 야, 나 센터
앞에서.
앞에서 보자. 아, 나
괜찮아. 끝날만해.
끝이야, 끝났어. 아, 펜타키야. 좋았다.
이제 정글 페이 어떤데?
그래, 이거야. 자, 우리.
소리
센스야.
너무 싫어.
이게 센스는 애야. 에이, 샀다, 이거. 좋았다. 아, 맞아. 가면 작게 빡세. 그냥 보자.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space after the Bros take down a dominant game number one. They got all the Drakes, they got the Baron, they lost the Otacon, but they still get the game. Digon here alongside Ox and Wolf, aka DK Predator. Okay, we didn't have to do that, G-Sun, but that's fine.
You did pred DK.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
Yeah,
Oh,
look,
wait,
we
you
just
didn't-
broke the
you didn't-
broadcast.
You didn't pred bro today?
You know, I thought today was going to be a solid 1-1 week, you know? We're just going a solid 1-1.
Well, I mean, I guess some of the bro fans have faith. Maybe not the ones on this broadcast.
Yeah, I can't
but,
wait to see Digon cheering and clapping when D+ get the reverse sweep later.
I'm not going to do that. Hey, look, I'm a professional. I'm a professional, always bro fan, but when it came time to do what I thought was going to happen, a solid 1-1 week sounded good to me.
Yeah, you've always really just said I'm a very unbiased professional. Like, we see that from you on broadcast. You know, when you're reacting to the plays, I always see that lack of bias from you. So, you know, it's good. It's good to see that in your predictions as well.
Yeah, nicely done, Digon.
Let's get to highlight number one. This is when the Bros took control of the game on the bottom side of the map.
Was it?
I mean, I think
They were losing.
the ult away on aiming is big, but also so much is invested to get that initial kill onto the Varus, and they're just getting churned by this AoE from the Rumble. And in the fight at the end, there's so many characters on the side of D+ that really struggle into this Yone Sejuani combo, like the Neferi, the Ambessa, the Nautilus. You just get shredded.
For me, this was the big moment, right? Because obviously they get a little bit of momentum from that play on the bottom side, but here it's just, unfortunately for D+, trying to spring a trap onto Morgan, who has no flash, and it's just an instant reaction there from Closer. And D+ overplayed their hand instantly in that fight, and it was 2 back-to-back loss of momentums here. After D+ did get that really nice fight in the bottom lane moments before, so we had 3 chaotic fights, but Bro ended up winning lanes, getting ahead early, having objective control, and forcing these reactions out of D+, and that play on the top side there was really just a step too far. I think if D+ don't go for that, or if they have a little bit more information before they go for that, they probably could have played out the fight in a normal way and had a good chance. Like, they have Talia, they absolutely could have cut Bro off there.
I genuinely think nameplate's off. You would say this is like a Legend versus a Rise team, but the assumption would be D+ would be the Legend team. But honestly, the coordination and the fact that whenever these fights started, it felt like Bro were the ones who had the better setup, the numbers advantage most often, and we're sort of leading the charge in the play, and it felt like D+ are kind of scrambling, even early in the game when they weren't necessarily behind.
Yeah, for me, it's seeing the Bros have these winning lanes and transition it to such control, because we've seen moments where someone steps out and then everyone tries to save each other and then the game falls apart. But here at the third Drake, yet another situation where the Bros have control of the space and don't overplay their hand.
Look at where D+ have to fight through this choke point where Palu is holding the line, and he ends up taking a bunch of damage, has to flash away, but getting into this pit is so challenging for Lucid. He goes in alone. The equalizer here doesn't get a ton of value, but Closer again on the side, pushing Showmaker away, snaps back in, and forces Lucid to flash out. Then they are able to collapse on the top side. It's a nice attempt here from Shield, but he doesn't have flash. They can also isolate him and kill him. And the fight is so split. Lucid is out of it early, and aiming is MF. Like, if this is a different AD carry, maybe he could have done a little bit more in this scenario, but at this stage of the game, his auto attacks and his ability to clean up fights isn't there. But it's just for D+, coming in and trying to force that dragon. It's Soul Point. It's a really important fight they need to take, and they were just way too split up to do it.
Honestly, it felt like an action movie flick where, you know, when the henchmen just sort of come one at a time. That was D+. Like, it never felt like there was multiple, like all 5 of them as a unit. And on the other side, Bro were just 5-man tight the whole time and didn't really have anyone. I mean, Close obviously goes forward, but then snaps back. But it just felt like you had people over the wall here, over the wall here. You had Ambessa going in 1v4. Really just disjointed, I think, was the main thing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the focus after that mid-game, when we had that mid-game lull where the guys were saying, you know, bro aren't the team that fight a lot. I took a look at the scoreboard. It was mainly through mid-jungle. Mid-jungle had all the kills, they had all the assists, they had all the gold, and left kind of Palu and Hype alone and said, hey, look, go ahead, take a back seat. This one's going to be on the Yone, and let's play through Closer, who's been so good so far this season.
Best individual year from Closer. I keep going back to it, but he's just had so many good performances. Morgan looking good on the Rumble. And it's a game 1 draft where you have blue side. You win that one. It feels like now you're going to get blue side in game 3 at least when we do go to that one, if D+ force it to that. So you'll have draft advantage there as well. Bro might be able to take the upset win, keep their chances of Legend Group alive.
Yeah, I think the focus now has to be on the top side of the map. We talk about all the time, Ox, the champion pool here for Morgan and being able to play through the big 3. What do you want to see out of DK here on the opposite side to attack that?
I think honestly, it's not really a draft issue so much right now. They had strong lane in this one. You saw they had Prior in all 3 lanes. They weren't able to do anything with it. I think just the cohesion is off here. The shotgun's a little bit rough, so you know it's hard to say specifically what I want to see because these are a lot of systemic issues we've seen emerge from D+. But they just need to calm down, forget about game 1, reset the mental for game 2.
All right, time to get into game number 2. Let's send it on over to the 2 professionals. It's Atlas and Chronicler.
Oh, a fellow professional recognizing the professionals. You love to see it. And yes, it's time for us to get into game number 2. The thing that Orcs said is really worrying me, though. Reset the mental. Because this is something that DK have never been very adept at.
Yeah, you are, I think, the biggest DK mental hater that I know.
Well, I'm not a mental hater. You can't hate something that doesn't exist.
Case in point. Also, I really feel like I can't, in good conscience, accept professional when I'm known.
You're a bro-anti, but you're a professional bro-anti, making you a professional anti. of the bros.
Okay, but that's an important...
You are very good at being anti-bro.
Yeah, okay, but I want to make sure that the knowledge is out there,
No,
right?
we understand that. Like, your curriculum was different when you were at university studying the bros. You went on the other side. It's for balance, ladies and gentlemen, because
dark
the rest
side.
of us are so incredibly biased
Honestly,
towards the bros.
law school is kind of the dark side, so that actually kind of that
Yeah,
works
it does work.
well. But looking at Showmaker, I am inclined to believe you, and also for watching DK for a good amount of time now. Something that we see often.
Oh, the Lord respect. You love to see that.
There's an inability to turn it around. Yeah, the Yorick, I actually think is very, very warranted. Then we have Talia already taken off the board due to Fearless, so the Azir Prio actually does make sense. And a lot of closest other champions, I don't think fare as well into Azir, and he also lost playing the Azir. Morgan going for the blind Scion, and there are not a lot of players where that makes us go, okay, that's fine. But he is kind of one of them.
Where is Shiu's Nidalee? That's my question.
He's not picking Jace into it, I don't think, or I hope not at least. As we do see a Genji classic. Genji have made it look very good. I don't think DK have. I really, even though Lucid had a underperforming performance in the last game, I still do think that you'd rather see him on carries than on tanks.
Oh yeah.
Very often.
I mean, no one else has looked good on this champion combo.
No, it's really just kind of Genji.
It's just Genji.
Yeah, so good luck on that one, DK. I do like the Aatrox though. Aatrox has always been good into the Scion. Aatrox always feels great playing into tanks. And when Shiu did get his 1 POM, played a game of Aatrox as well.
Yep, he is a phenomenal Aatrox player. I just don't know whether it's necessarily as, like, good at making Scion absolutely hate his existence as the Nidalee is, or something like that. I think that it's a lot more of an honest matchup that Shiu could definitely win. The problem is that Morgan is very good at neutralizing in just a standard 1v1.
But I do think that the Aatrox eventually become... It's very different from the Jason Nidalee, where I think Scion needs to get through early and then is fine. With Aatrox, it's kind of the opposite. I think this matchup starts off okay and then becomes nigh unplayable, because once Aatrox gets enough CDR and he can just keep hitting the Qs, you do actually get through the Scion well, right? So we'll see if Shiu can actually do that, because there is a lot of time that is necessary for him to actually get to that stage. I know the Wukong Ahri is popular. We've also seen a good amount of Ahri into the Azir. But I don't love picking all these short-range characters into what you kind of knew was going to be a Skarner, right? Like this combo is kind of the Poppy and Azir Light that we've seen countless times as the Braum ban still comes true. Maybe thinking that DK were still looking towards the good old Lucian Braum, which has really risen in prio as a strong 2v2. Now there is also the Xayah ban again, which is both respect to aiming, and if you're playing Wukong Ahri, I think that's a good ban. I actually like that one a lot. Poppy's gone. The Alistair was banned by DK, so the rel really does go up in prio. And again, I'm just like, what if you just slam Maokai barrel?
I wouldn't mind it. I wonder whether they're going to do any of the... thing that I was very, very worried about was the Senna shenanigans. Because, of course, Aiming and Barrel have been known for the Senna shenanigans prior to when it was actually worth playing. Seeing that yesterday did worry me a little bit, but instead it is going to be the Lucian, the other half of the Senna combo.
Lucian,
and there is the Rakan. Okay.
As a 2v2, we're not excited about it. As a teamfight combo, this does work quite well.
Yeah, as long as like Aiming and Barrel are never around each other, I like these two champions. Just the idea of
the 2v2 is
sound
not, it's not why you pick it, right? And I think the Rakan is something that Barrel has looked quite good on. What is going to be the pickup for Hyper? The Ezreal doesn't really come as a surprise. I kind of expected Aiming to just go Ezreal and then Barrel go for the Leona, but not going to be the case. So the teamfight comp from DK is great, but this doesn't really fill me with... Yeah, we have a blue side comp. You know what I mean? Like I think
I think we have a burden of knowledge. We have a burden of knowledge. What I'm going to need for us to do is to now empty our minds. Ladies and gentlemen at home as well, unless you're a bro fans, hold on to your memories. Keep them close. But if you're a DK fan, you want to see them play better, we're going to have to remove Game 1 from our memory banks. Let's just assume that they have the blue side going into Game 1 here. Because if I look at the draft in that context, I'm like, wow, the bros really don't have enough damage, and this Skarner is going to be immortal. And oh, Azir got through. Where's the Talia? Where's the Poppy to try and stop him from having the best time ever? Oh, Shiu's on an Aatrox. He is so good at this champion. He's into a tank. This is extraordinary. How the heck are DK supposed to lose? And if you do still have those memories of the game that may have existed prior, then you would debate me. However, if you didn't have those memories, if you were able to cleanse yourself, like we here on the desk have been able to do, you will have a lot of hope for DK.
Well, that's on the assumption that I can and I cannot.
Yeah, it's a shame. I can imagine those people with the photographic memories must have a really rough time. I, on the other hand, can forget anything at a moment's notice. Let's jump onto the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for game number...
Doesn't matter.
It's a game, and we're on a rift for it. The first dragon is going to be a mountain, much like what Lucid is going to attempt to be in this game and what Malphite actually is.
Remember Malphite was a champion.
He's not champion, he's a mountain.
Well, you can be
I just said that.
Things can be two things, Atlas.
Can they?
You have told me this.
Oh no, I hate it when things are two things.
I think the exact quote was, things can be multiple things, Chronicler. That was said to me.
No, I think I just said, I think I said something like, things can be a thing. It's not even that they could be multiple things, it's just that they are things.
I will look it up if you keep...
I can't remember the direct quote either, actually. And that actually ties into what I was talking about before, where I can forget
anything
at a moment's notice. I do not allow them to take up space in my memory banks. I don't have a lot of... well, you know how, like, with time, they develop better and better technology? I'm quite old, right? So, like, my storage space, it's just low.
Well, I know what is there instead. It's gacha knowledge.
Oh, well, Pokemon knowledge.
Well, those two are not mutually exclusive, right?
I guess not. Closer and Showmaker playing against one another here. Showmaker having a better week on the Azir last time around, actually. Last week I felt like the Azir wasn't really a detriment to DK. Prior to that, he had some stinkers on the champion. Of course, we know that he's been good at it in the past, just hasn't necessarily been more recent times. His aiming and barrel not going to hit that level 2 first.
Well, the laning powerhouse of Lucian Rakan.
I know, isn't it crazy that they can't compete? Nutty.
No, I also don't think Rel Ezreal is necessarily the craziest, but definitely inspires a bit more confidence. Looking at the setups, don't see anything too surprising. A lot of Skarners have moved back towards the Grasp, as opposed to Aftershock.
All right. Yeah, this is a bit problematic because Lucid, the last time he played the Skarner was where a lot of the Heartsteel jokes started to happen.
Yeah, he's 1-4 on the champion. The priority for DK on this Skarner has not been working out for them, as we have two wolves fighting inside of you, and one is Morgan, the other is Closers. Aiming takes a little bit of damage, but Beryl does a good job of safeguarding him mostly.
Yeah, it was a bit on fire there, a few moments, but probably just going to get the extra AP and AD, you know, from that one.
Morgan's win rate, great on Cyan. Close's win rate, not so hot on the Ahri.
Yeah, Ahri seems to be a default pick for a lot of people, even if it doesn't necessarily fit. One of the worries that I have here is somehow those Infernal Chains connect. Shio actually hitting absolutely everything. Yeah, he's pretty good at the Aatrox, isn't he?
Yep. There he is. We'll see if that is going to be enough, as...
Okay.
50-50. That's my LCK. That's a perfect 50-50 win rate for the Pigeon.
That is so many games. That's 54 games.
Yeah, because it's a 0.
Yeah, I know. It's just that's
a
lot of games.
And it's gotten banned a decent amount as well. You know, there's certain players where it just gets banned against.
Yep.
Faker's one of them.
I mean, the presence is very close to 100%, I think, this season. As Beryl is going to go in, does look for the knock-up onto Polu. Is going to be able to at least get that. The health trade working out here is hype very low on the blue stuff, so he's going to have to go back and replenish that one. Looks like Beryl is going to stop it from happening as Polu misses the Shattering Strike on a champion walking directly towards him, but didn't actually have vision in that brush.
He did a little, what do you always say? Lilting lazily to the left.
Yeah, listing.
Although it was
listing.
there you go.
That's the Blue Harvest call.
Although it was to the right, not the left.
Ah, yeah, sorry. So he doesn't necessarily know the same maneuvers, but does know some maneuvers.
It was lazy though. It was not like a bona fide sidestep. He was just like, yeah, I guess.
He did not do a barrel roll, or a barrel roll, as it would be known.
Is it a barrel roll?
I think it's just a barrel roll.
Just a barrel roll?
Yeah, you don't need to say it twice.
Okay.
I think it's okay.
How would you spell it?
Barrel roll.
How would you spell
B-E-R-Y-L-R-O-L-L.
Yeah, okay, like
R-O-L-L.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the name?
Yeah.
Wow, I wasn't sure. Maybe you meant the barrel.
You say those two words
the same
very
way. I know I'm not
similarly.
supposed to. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's fine.
So that it makes it harder, I guess, for you in that context. When I say it though, it's barrel and barrel.
I've had this issue with homonyms before. It's
Oh, I do too.
thing.
It's just not that particular one. That one I get away with. A lot of the others can be very problematic. Pungyon is certainly one of them, where I just really don't pronounce it properly. So I apologize to DRX once again for that one.
In DNF.
DNF.
DNF and DRX are also
Yeah, so that's another
way too
homonym that I
close.
don't quite get. By the way, it's in the prompter there as well.
Yeah, and I got that.
Barrel roll.
Barrel roll. Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. Well, Croco is looking to start yet another dragon. Man, will this mean if the bros continue to take drakes, then it is just going to be like 100% bro dragons?
Looking likely.
That'd be very, very cool.
Yeah,
Lucid is not going to contest.
I mean, this is also a team thing, right? Where aiming, the timing of his base means that they just realistically weren't going to be able to contest for Drake. Because Hype was already on his way back, aiming still had to base, couldn't really forego that. Does mean that the early dragon, yet again, goes to the bros. Lucid this time at least will get something for his troubles.
Yeah, able to steal this one away, gets control ward down.
Which is nice. There's nothing too major, as we do get some question mark pings. And Polu is with him as well. Lucid should be able to get this.
Yeah, not going to be able to grab the Krugs as well, as Lucid, with that control ward down, actually doing his due diligence there to make sure that he can get this one. Polu
now
in position, though. This
yeah,
could be slightly greedy, but the monkey is otherwise distracted.
I think he did spot him. And most importantly, Lucid didn't initially know that Polu was there, right? So he just sees Croco path towards his Krugs. So going further up just makes sense. But the big difference with last game, so this time Showmaker does have Cryo.
Ooh!
And having Cryo in mid means that Lucid can do stuff like this without getting too bothered. As we do also have a fun fact if you're a Bro fan and they win. And a bit of a sad fact if you're a DNF fan, which is if Bro win, DNF, their 10th place is confirmed.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really mean that much because we already knew that they were going to be in the Rise group. But, you know, that's intel.
It's a little bit unfortunate, the FDNF, as it's a little bit confusing actually because DRX are on 4 wins as well. So surprising that they are able to still go down that low. I believe game score is what factors in there. As, of course, they are still 3 victories ahead. Even prior to this game, 3 victories ahead of DNF. DNF having not the greatest of seasons thus far. But we'll see whether they can turn it around in the Rise group. As Hype, still in the pit, but able to Arcane Shift his way out. Looks like DK will be able to get one of these grubs. The bros able to lock down the second. And, of course, we won't see that feat of strength actually contributed until this final one does go down. But the bros are on 2 once again. It's a very similar start to game number 1 or to the previous game that happened or maybe didn't happen. Sorry, DK fans, for saying that. As Crashdown does come on through. That is going to help out the bros here towards the top side as aiming in barrel. Not really making too much headway here. Certainly feels like DK are a little bit more business this time around, but the early game was kind of fine for them. It was mid-game and skirmishes that they really struggled in. Composition's going to be helping them out this time, but we're going to have to see better play as well. We know that DK, I mean, they can win or lose on almost anything, as a Cyclone is going to come on through there from Croco. A little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, understandable. It's that or your flash. Obviously, you'd rather use Cyclone. If he slams you into the wall, both Shiyu and Showmaker are roaming over, and with Impale, I don't think you really are going to be able to get out, as Aiming wants to take a base.
Yep.
So just going to throw out his ultimate there, and then Barrel just stands guard.
Yeah, Apollo a little bit. It's like very frustrating as an aftershock support as well to just get culled outside of your engage range. So going to be decent moving further forward in this game, as it's a wave and a bit here for Showmaker as far as the advantage is concerned. Closes woes on the Ari are continuing here, as we can see. Aiming actually sticking around, wanting to get maybe Essence Reaver on the next back. That would be kind of huge, especially if they can then turn that into a fight for another objective. Speaking of which, it is going to be Chemtech Drake coming up next. So likelihood of some good dragons. We've got Cloud, Hextech, Infernal all left up and available. And so this soul could be a whole lot more pivotal for the Bros. They didn't need it to be in the last game. The Ocean was just fine. But it might be even more worth fighting for. Might create some more action in the mid-game.
But do we want that?
Well, I mean, it depends on which team you are supporting, I think. Oh, actually, no, I don't think it does. I think you always just want a little bit more. I think the Bros don't have the same kind of skirmishing composition, but if they do win a few of them, this Wukong is going to become out of control. The pick potential, the use of Fog of War for this team is going to be very, very strong.
But I'd argue that if you're a Bro fan, you don't actually care at all which type of game you get.
Oh, you also don't care whether they win or lose.
Exactly. Which, as we all know, it's the highest level of...
Yeah, this is the highest level of fandom.
Mental health, right? You just don't care.
Yep. Well, no. It's not don't care. There's a difference between don't care and don't mind. You don't mind. You care a lot and deeply.
Actually,
I've
seen Dagon watch, and I don't know if either of those statements are true. I think he.
I don't know whether he is like he hasn't truly ascended yet.
Oh, in his bro fandom to the point where he. Yeah, that's fair. It comes with time. It's hard.
It does. It is. It's really difficult, and it hurts. It breaks your heart for so long until you realize it's not necessary. As they engage onto the tank, Lucid getting taken down low, but he does manage to get the slam into the wall. The culling not doing a whole lot of work here, as he does flash his way over the wall, nails the flash this time around. Winky face. As now the Bros will just back away. Some plates going on over to Showmaker.
And that was a happy emoji for DK, as Showmaker unperturbed just keeps pushing mid. Does have to give up Lucid's flash, which is unfortunate, but it does mean that they don't start snowballing early, unlike last time, and Showmaker is able to actually build up a gold lead in the 1v1. And the more we see of DK, the more obvious it becomes how reliant they are on Showmaker being, I mean, at least on parity, but ideally ahead. Like he is here, does mean that they are going to be able to get this dragon and end the Bro Dragon streak.
Oh, man. All right. No one takes 6 dragons away from DK in a row, I guess, in one series. And that is going to be the fact here, as it's Infernal Soul this time around as well. So 3 Infernal Drakes on the cards for both of these teams right now. It's pretty scary. Apollo and Beryl just having some fun. As Closer is going to turn up here towards the bottom side. But man, it is a crockery party here. DK, they're not even playing League of Legends anymore. They're just invading IKEA, taking plates all over the place.
That's a first. That's a good one.
Thanks. I think I have done it before. It's been a little bit different.
Really?
Yeah. I do like talking about crockery when it comes to the plates being taken.
I thought you were going to work in a crockery.
No, I wasn't going to.
That's too much.
It is.
Come on, Atlas. It's never too much for you. Don't mess with me.
It's too much only because it wasn't my idea.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're.
It's blatant manipulation.
Yeah, I'm glad you're being straightforward. The audience needs to know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they don't need to. Actually, they shouldn't. But sometimes it's good to have a peek behind the curtain, you know?
Yeah, we are kind of known for that. Here at the LCK, as we do have some posturing towards the top side of the map. Herald spawns in about 40 seconds, so Showmaker, Lucid both getting their backs in now. Lucid also has Heartsteel stacks. We're only 14 minutes in. which is better than we'd seen in the past. Still not really getting that peak level of heart stealing that we'd like to see,
Yeah.
but not too bad either. Showmaker going for the same build that we've seen Chovy go. The Rylai's into what will be, or sorry, the Nash's into what will be a Rylai's, into most likely still just going for that good old Leandries.
Yeah, the thing, I actually really enjoyed the Grasp Azir build, but just not going to fit in with this particular composition this time around. Not
Also
in this
into Ari,
matchup.
right?
Yeah.
That's, I think, the main thing. Showmaker is the type of guy that would try stuff like
He
that.
was the first one to do it, the Grasp Azir, back in the day. As the Wukong gets himself over the wall, being a warrior trickster, as he is. And DK wanting to deny some objective bounty points as this Rift Herald is coming on over. That's going to even things out. Still yet to see a first blood at 15.5 minutes, which is kind of ridiculous.
It's build up.
Oh, yeah. We are broing and we are brewing. We were denied it in the last game. I keep talking about this imaginary game. It's kind of weird. But we were denied it last time around. Now we get it.
In the game that only happened in your dreams?
Yes. Yeah.
I have been
It was a
told
nightmare, one could say.
many a tale about dreams that lasts very long and does not have an ultimate point, which I feel like is a nice metaphor for League of Legends. Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, it's kind of life in general, isn't it?
Sure. Yeah, you can give it your own meaning. It's wonderful.
Oh, that's a nice way of thinking about it.
I'm not about to be nihilistic on broadcast, Atlas. That's not who I am. You know this!
I was trying to direct you there, though. It just didn't quite work out.
Well, maybe with some more nudging, but I don't think so.
We just have an existential crisis here while we're brewing and we're brewing. And I think that that sounds completely fine. I think that fits with what's going on here.
The lack thereof. Your brain needs some form of stimuli.
That's very true. Well, this Rift Herald's helping. Thank you very much, Shelly. Just going to get poked in the eye momentarily. A teleport is coming in as well as Morgan is going to be unleashed onto the map. As the Bros wanting to get themselves this smite, and they do manage to find it. Crash down onto Lucid as well. Chain CC's fantastic as Showmaker trying to get rid of Closer, but that is the kill onto the Skarner to start this one off. And now it's Shiu trying to stay alive. The Magnus Storm holding him in place as he really wants to kill Closer, but instead he's going to get taken down. It was a decent amount of healing, but it does not quite work out. And once again, DK just fails straight up in the team fight.
They knew!
Yeah.
Bro was very ready to contest, and the complete lack of cohesion continues. 4DK wanted to take that fight.
Oh dear.
Just didn't seem to really hit the mark. I'm not sure what happened to Showmaker's ultimate, but it felt like he didn't
used
really...
it on Closer.
That's Ari. Yeah, that's not good. I know Lucid also kind of threw his ult into nothing in particular. As we take a look, the smite steal is excusable. The burst from the Wukong is always going to be better. But what happens? Yeah, okay, Showmaker, you can't. That's Ari.
Yeah.
And then Shiu, obviously, like, I still think this is fightable. If Showmaker gets on top of Closer, an auto or two, and a reset for this Aatrox, look how much he's healing. But
Yeah.
DK very clearly don't believe in it. At that point, a lot of the cooldowns are gone.
And Morgan just zoned aiming and barrel completely out of the fight. They could do nothing. He just charged a Q right in front of Aiming, who was trying to hit someone, and Aiming had to dash out of the way.
This is just a single fight. It's not going to be the end of the game for DK, even though Bro are now even in gold, but it's
This
more
is
so
looking
the
kind of
pattern.
like, okay, the train comes out of the station, but unfortunately the tracks went straight into the wall for some reason. Charm is going to connect onto Showmaker, but he's in relative safety at the moment. That is going to be the Drake secured by Lucid, as now Polo's in a bit of trouble, and once again, she was trying to do battle right in amongst it. And there goes the Impale, it goes wide. The Magnus Storm is decent, but so is the AoE from DK, and it's a triple for Aiming. Hype is now in the back of this pit. She is surviving for so incredibly long. As the Charm comes out, the Ardent Blaze comes on in, and the Gromp is going to kill Aiming. Oh, God.
He just ordered the ward, right? Instead of the Blast Cone, which made Gromp kill him. That just happened.
I don't want to talk about it.
What is happening? Okay, let's take it one step at a time. Let's take a look at the fight for DK here. So, A lot of it is invested. Attempt to try and take the backline out, right? But Lucid's able to get over the wall, get back into the pit. Showmaker takes a ton of damage. And then Shiyu again is in the thick of things. Aiming is safe. And here I thought the fight was looking kind of okay. Lucid's ult goes completely wide. Showmaker doesn't hit anyone with his.
And yet they still
and it's still kind of close because of the fact that Shiyu is
Okay. Slow motion. Oh, and he hits it. Doesn't hit the blast cone.
나이스!
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh
나
my
시체로
god.
애들
Maybe
첫
it's just
킬로
Gold
먹었잖아.
King. He saw it and he was like 15 gold. I'll take that. I've got time. I can reach down and pick up that gold.
that is a more charitable interpretation of what happened than I gave him.
Yeah. The other way is way more sad. This way is more fun. As Lucid is looking to drive into a hype. Let's see if that's going to work.
Toughie.
He does hit the W. See if he does Arcane Shift forward. And he does not. Hype going to get crashed into the wall here as there is the quickness. And Hype is just dead.
That was clean.
Yeah.
Okay. Barrel with the quickness, ensuring that there was not really any opportunity for Hype to get out of that one. That's a big win. Otacon is on the table. TP for Morgan has got to be forced off of this, I do imagine. Showmaker, though, does not have the Leandris yet. Isn't even particularly close.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Charm not going to connect there.
Oh, it's a bit of a Hail Mary here from DK. Because Crocco's there. He is. His ultimate TP comes in. But look at the
Teleport comes
flank.
in. Yeah, this Shiyu flank is absolutely ridiculous, but they need to try and keep them in this tri-brush. In he comes, as there's the Magnus Dot once again. Empress Divide hits everyone this time, but down goes the Skarner, and down goes the Azir. DK, I mean, they hit a bunch of buttons, but they didn't really do anything, and that's going to be Otacon going over to the bros.
And again, they're just abandoning ship. DK just in complete shambles here as the attempted turn doesn't hit the mark. Bro, just get the Otacon. This was a play that was started by DK as well.
Yeah. It's very, very strange. I feel like DK have had all the information, all of the setup, and when they do, they make all of the wrong choices. Yet, when things are a little bit more like haphazard and things like that, like, oh, we can get a pick, let's just do it.
This play is great. Obviously, you do use the ultimate from Barrel and the calling, which the calling definitely wasn't necessary. But like, again, what happens here? So
Yeah.
Paulo goes in for the engage.
And the Emperor's Divide hits 3 people, but it just doesn't do anything.
It does, but again, like, if Closer dies there, if Aiming and Barrel aren't already opted out of the fight, I think they can kill Closer there.
Yeah.
And then Shiyu gets a reason and maybe can at least threaten a contest on the Otacon. It's just, so many of these plays, it feels like DK are very deeply split on whether they actually commit to it or not. And this is a match with a ton of pressure. If they lose 2-0 here, they will be below KT. They will drop for the time being.
And the real problem is, so KT is sometimes just accidentally in a good spot in the standings when it's actually kind of fake news, right? But KT are playing so much better than they were. And I think if you were to put them side by side, as Beryl is just going to die to hype, never mind. He's able to get himself out of there, but it looked like he just wanted to take his whole health bar in damage, and that would have been not so good. But right now, I'd say that KT's power level in what they've demonstrated on the Rift is higher than that of DK. Like, KT are looking very good.
Yeah, and they're also in the positive momentum now. Could they still lose to Nongshim? Yeah, for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
That would not be a surprise. It's KT. They can kind of lose and win to everyone, which is something we keep talking about, and they prove us right time and time again, which I do appreciate, to show that it's not just a narrative point. And whereas the bros in this game are locked in, it's again that axis of Crocco and Closer that do a lot of the lifting with the team fight. But Hype has been looking amazing on this Ezreal as well. Been basically untouchable for a lot of these fights, which is why so much damage is able to come out from him.
Yep. KT talent, by the way. Talking about the KT versus DK rivalry. It's relevant all over the place. Still, not over yet. 2,000 gold, nothing really in it, as it's 2 Drakes apiece this time as well, so no soul point for Bro to lean on, moving further on into this game. So Sundisk put up here towards the top side of the map, and in the bottom lane, Shiyu is just trying to power up, and this Aatrox, in these, like, he doesn't look like a 0-2 Aatrox in this game.
He's trying.
He certainly is.
But the impact just isn't there, and this goes down again with an Aatrox and Lucian. I think you do need to play to the death, and you might end up losing the game off of that. But if you just keep half opting into these fights and then dipping as soon as it looks a little rough.
Lucid is just running into this banana brush. That is actually going to work out. He gets the flash. There's the Impale as well. The chain CC, it's okay, but Croco makes his way out, and there goes Lucid. Beryl just going to get chopped in half by the Lumberjack himself as Morgan getting amongst it. He finds the knock-up onto Showmaker, who's trying to kite this one out. The Emperor's Divide just to play defense, but the pros don't care about that. Aiming, trying to just finesse this fight. Hype goes down low, but Closer just stands in his face and says, nah, mate, that's a clean ace for the bros, and they'll turn it into a Baron.
The 2-0, I think, is about to happen here for Bro.
This is
as we
shellacking.
We take another look. DK, they just look tilted. Go in on Croco, but there isn't the damage. Paulo tanks the culling. And then I want you to watch what happens here. Showmaker goes in, and then I guess kind of goes on hype. If he goes in on Croco, who doesn't have cooldowns, by the way, and the Aatrox gets a kill, maybe.
Yeah,
even that at this point
if you're flashing to set up for Shiu, then maybe it's going to work out. But instead, he goes over towards aiming.
Yeah.
And there was only a Scion there.
I don't know. This is, we thought DK after last week had recuperated from what had been a good amount of really rough fights. I think now it's safe to say that was not the case whatsoever. The bros are playing amazing. Again, all the credit to Croco and Closer, who it should come as no surprise that those would also be front runner for POM with how they've played. I don't know what the split's going to be. I think
Hype is also deserving a little bit of a look in here as well. This guy's Ezreal has been fantastic. The recovery on the Varus, also very good in the first game. So I think that there's a few different options here. Of course, the Bash Bros were certainly the main characters in game one. But right now, I mean, everyone's kind of a main character. Looks like Croco with a 2.2k gold lead is looking pretty impressive as Lucid.
I don't know how DK comes back from this point, right? Like, we need major item finishes.
Well, Trishot Barrage is going to say maybe they don't come back from this point.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. Assessment Atlas.
It's looking very, very rough. Even the Scion into the Aatrox matchup is looking absolutely fine here for Morgan. Look at those items, man. Thornmail and Sunfire Cape both completed. Now looking to augment that with a little bit of cheeky magic resist. And man, the bros making this composition work. And it was going to be a comp that could look a little silly later on in the game if they don't get themselves an advantage, right? You can have some damage issues when there's a true tank there towards the top side of the map.
And you know what this might be setting up for?
What could it be setting up for?
The final match of the season, which is DK Nongshim deciding who makes it.
Honestly, could be.
If KT ends up getting the expected victory, right? Most of you guys predicted KT against Nongshim, which I know saying expected victory for KT is scary, but bear with me here.
Yeah.
Then they play B and K, which I feel like they should be favored in, and then KT played DRX. So I think KT are looking really good to make it in.
I mean, if this upset happens, which it looks like it absolutely is, then this is DK basically swapping spots with KT.
Yep. And then, again, Nongshim have a ton of really tough matches ahead of them, right? Because they're facing KT, and they're facing T1, and then DK, which I think might be the final one. Is this the end?
Not quite finding the angle as Shiu down to 50%. It's a decent impale, but there's no follow-up. There's no real option as Croco does go down. It's a trade of junglers for now, but Closer goes in, looks for the point-blank charm on a Showmaker, who hits 3 with the ulti, but then goes down, and Closer is just going ballistic. He's going nuts. They're going to be able to lock down the kill on the Aatrox. It's only the bottom lane left alive as the first inhibitor turret does go down, the inhibitor to follow, and I don't think Aiming and Beryl are going to be able to stop this freight train from just knocking down their Nexus. The knock-up is decent, but Beryl is just going to go down as if he was made of tissue paper. And Aiming, yeah, I think probably just spend some time in the fountain there, buddy. There's not going to be too much of an option here as these Nexus turrets are looking toast, and the bros with a 2-0 clean. Absolutely nothing to see here. Another day at the office.
wasn't even remotely close.
Nope.
The bot lane matchup was the only one where it felt like both players were really giving it their all, but mid-jungle, incomparable. Even Polo, I think, got the better of Beryl with the engages.
And you know what? I've had in this moment a complete turnaround because we thought last week was a DK return to form. Do you know what it actually was? It was Beryl wanted to hang out with me on my birthday, and he knew that he needed to get a win in order to make that one happen. And so he just got a swift 2-0, went and hung out on the space with us. We got to have a bit of a chat.
Happy
and then went straight back to not doing so well here in the LCK, and that is evident with this 2-0 loss against the Bros. Closer having a day out here today, redeeming himself on his Ahri as well, even though the early game didn't necessarily look fantastic. It was the mid to late game where the Bros have been at their worst, where they just dominated. Polu finding every angle he could ever want. But I think so much of this, and I really do want to be celebrating Bros' win. I really do want to be talking about the fact that they've stepped up. They look so much better. But the story of this series is, where did DK go?
No, none in the Rift today. We know that.
Nope.
Absolutely looking shell-shocked, right? Everything that kind of went poorly in their last couple of games that we thought had gotten rid of. There we go!
There it is! It's Joanna, she made it onto the TV!
If you're unfamiliar with this meme, I would highly look it up. I do also expect Dagon to now open with this on the space, now that we've seen this sign. I feel like this is essential. Cannot skip that, particularly on a bro win. You gotta set aside your own wants and needs to play it out. So, to highlight, the reason why we're talking about this is because with this, DK is going to drop KT. Their road to that legend group is the easiest. I think for Nongshim, it is still the hardest, even with this loss. And it might all come down to the final game of the season. And for DK, I think that we can cut some slack. I think he gave it his all. I don't think he was able to have the impact, but that's okay. But
no, ultimately, like, it's not about cutting a player slack here or there. It's the fact that they look completely uncoordinated.
It's the whole team.
They're not a team. They're a bunch. This is 5 players that aren't playing the way we know they can.
It's Lucid missing skill shots. Showmaker, I think, legitimately had only defensive ults in this game.
Yep.
Which on Azir we have seen, but that's not how it's supposed to be played. Very, very recently. And then Aiming trying, well, like, this is funny, but let's be real. Aiming, still the best performing member on the day here for DK. But it's moments like this where it just feels like they're so disjointed. Even, like, they use so much here. And then all these cooldowns are used. Shiro goes in, and then Showmaker, like, dashes in, trying to get on top.
But also dashes in such a weird angle. Like, Shiro goes over, and, like, you could have joined him. Thrown in an Emperor's Divide, cut them down to half health, and then allowed the Aatrox to finish them off alongside the Sand Soldiers. Like, there was no fighting, but with, like, Showmaker and Shiro on the same screen.
Yeah, it's really both, right? We keep going back to this. It's both Bro looking in great form. Croco and Closer for me were the highlight play. I went for Closer individually, just gonna give it, I feel like it's a no-brainer. With his Ahri gameplay, and his Yone to me was the big difference maker in game number 1. And I think it was the biggest individual gap that we saw today on the Rift. Morgan did his job, you know. He's the Lord. He did what he needed to. Nothing more, nothing less. Tank to Yorick ban, by the way. That's a win.
Oh, yeah.
So, for Bros, is the dream alive? Yes. Is it likely? I think that having to beat Nongshim does make their journey still pretty tough to actually go for, right? Because they need to beat Nongshim, and they need to beat DRX. Beating DRX definitely should be possible. Beating Nongshim is hard. Their final game is against Gen.G.
I mean, I think that everything is winnable. Like, especially if
Gen.G.
If Gen.G stay undefeated, if they manage to avoid the trap card that was KT. By the way, Hype did a heck of a lot of damage in this game. His Ezreal was absolutely out of control.
That's the angle you're taking. Bro in control of their own destiny. Just
100%. 100%. And they've done this before. They break Gen.G winning streaks all the time. That's just what they do, man. And if Gen.G, the more and more Jew they get, the more and more doomed they are.
I mean, they only beat them like the one time in summer, right? Last
Yeah.
year. Yeah, okay, but it wasn't
That was just to show they could do it if they wanted to.
Okay.
Outside of that, they didn't
Okay.
want to.
You know what? I'm with you.
Yeah.
After this win,
Well, you're not. 'Cause
2-0.
You're a known bro anti, but
Well, I have
and that's
to-
totally fine.
I have to say something, Atlas.
You don't need to agree.
And we
You can
can't
say
talk about the game.
Nah, I disagree. As he didn't die this entire series, 7-0-8 on the Yone, and then the 2-0-13 performance on this Ari for closer. An absolute monster on the Rift. 300 POM points as well. Really has been putting in the work here for the Bros. As, of course, this was only their 5th victory of the season. So 3 out of 5 ain't bad at all here for closer.
The race for that final spot
Yeah.
in the Rise group, or in the Legend group rather.
And so you were talking
eating
about
up.
the 3-way race, right? Between Nongshim, KT, and DK.
Okay, let's
Scrap DK, they're done. It's over. Their season's over. Bro, that's who we're
okay,
putting
there's
in
still
that
two series. There's
three-person
still
race.
two series behind, and they play Genji.
I don't care. I don't care. It's cooked. It's over. It's now time to head over to the interview. Let's hear from Closer and see whether he thinks it's cooked.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisoo for the POM interview translation, and we are here joined by Closer after their 2-0 victory up against D+ Kia.
네, 굉장히 강팀으로 분류되고 있는 D+ 기아를 상대로 승리를 거두셨습니다.
You guys managed to get a 2-0 win up against D+ Kia. How did you make it happen? You know, we were always just so close to actually closing out the match, and finally we got a clean 2-0. I'm very, very happy. Well, in fact, Bro was on a 7-match losing streak up against D+ Kia in the LCK, so it's been about 2 years. How did you manage to build the team bonding in order to turn the momentum around? So after Kraka joined our lineup, you know, we worked really hard on the teamwork, and I thought our performance was pretty decent. So I think finally we were able to show what we've got. Yeah, I mean, even in the voice comms, we could tell that the synergy between you two were so on point. How are you able to build such a good synergy early on? I mean, we have spent some time together in the past, so we know about each other's playstyle. I think that was a head start for us. And you already mentioned, but you know, Bro always had the potential to bring the top teams in the LCK to 3 games. So Edgar also mentioned about late game focus. What did you do in order to improve this? So we had a lot of longer games in scrims as well, and we have a lot of new gamers. So I also reminded our players to, you know, keep our focus up until the end. And it was very interesting in game number 1 that both Sejuani and Yone got through, and it's very rare to have those two locked in by a single team. Yeah, we agree. So we were like, I mean, this is such a great angle, and we were happy to take those 2 champions. And then we had a very late first blood in game 2, around 16 minutes. How was that game? So Ari supposed to make a lot of actions early on, so I was feeling a little bit, you know, rushed to make something happen in the early game, but finally we managed to get a kill, so I was very glad. I believe our team is pretty good at skirmishes and team fights. And we're already nearing the end, maybe the latter half of the second round here in the LCK season. What is your resolution for the rest of the round 2? We have a pretty tough matchup ahead, but I will make sure to win all of the remaining matches. And this will be the end of the Closer interview, and back to the space. Thank you!
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. As it is a quick 2-0, nothing to see here, just like everyone drew it up, except everyone on the broadcast, including me this week. But I'm very happy for the Bros. It was great to see Closer get it done, and also the newest member of the team, Grenadier Grump, getting on in there as well.
You know, I have so much respect for you, Dagon, putting on a brave face despite the fact that your prediction went horribly wrong. So I know it's hard. You obviously want a D+ to win, but I love that you talk positively about Bro despite the fact you predicted the D+.
It's okay
victory.
to love a team, but not believe in them. You don't have to be a believer. You don't have to trust. You don't have to have faith. But it's okay to like them and be happy when they win. I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of Bro fans who pay Bro tax no matter what. They put all their channel points into the predictions no matter what.
They never doubted for a second.
Yeah.
And it's okay that you did.
Yeah.
But ultimately, your team still won.
I just knew, everyone, that this segment was going to be like this. Like, I tried my best to ignore it, but I knew, like, G's didn't even tell me they were pulling up the prediction one. I knew both these guys had jokes ready to go. I'm very happy for the Bros. It is a surprise. People didn't expect it.
You're very happy for the Bros, but you don't include yourself in that?
Well, yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy.
I'm just, you know,
I think these votes are pretty warranted. I'm not 100% on board with the Morgan vote necessarily, but it is VNcast, so are we really surprised? I was kind of split between Kroko and Closer, but Closer had some really good charms in Game 2 and ran Game 1, frankly, as Yone ults were game deciding. So glad he gets the credit for it. I got hit by his charm, as Showmaker did in many of those team fights.
It's cute. Yeah, I mean, I think he had a great game in both of them. For me, I do think he had a great performance. Wasn't the best, though, but the second best. I think first place has to go to Grom for that assassination onto aiming. But other than that, Closer definitely has a number 2
when you
spot.
consider the Gromp doesn't actually have a kit, like it doesn't have a Q, W, E, or R, it only has very slow movement speed and an auto attack, and it was able to still get the kill, that's really impressive.
It is. We don't see Gromp pull moves like that off very often, so color me impressed.
Highlight play there by the Gromp and the rest of the Bros in that team fight down on the bottom side of the map. There's Chronicler. He went with Closer. Mid lane wasn't even close. I like that one. You know, Wolf usually has been on fire with the dad jokes, but
that's pretty good. Yeah, I'll give it. I'll
came in with some heat there. Let's see what we had on the Korean side. The Supreme Commander of the Eastern Front Closer begins his Western invasion. That's right. 8-10 is what we could end up as. The Bros now 5-10. Maybe that's good enough.
So now it's we.
I knew that's what.
Now it's we.
I knew that's what you're going.
Before he said like I'm happy for the Bro. Now it's like we could. You know, I'm just trying to find some consistency here.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Ox. Ever looking for consistency. Closer. The CC duo is of this team is insane. Helios picking that one up.
That's great because they have both of them were playing champs that did CC that decided the team fights, but also it's Kroko and Closer.
He did also call the CC duo with Genji with the Canyon Chovy, so you know a little bit of homage to his earlier POM comments.
Yeah, he did do that. That's
but those people following the POM lore, you know, that's developed so far.
Yeah, and here we go. Going with Kroko. How are you going to stop Crocodillo's pets?
Crocodile.
There's one L. There's one L.
No, I don't know. I just wanted to.
I'm questioning everything.
Bombardino.
Now, we've talked about this play a lot. Let's see it in all of its glory one more time.
Ox
in
loves
HD.
this. Ox loves this play.
So going into this, so they got a pick on the Ezreal, and they're like, we have to make something happen with it. But going into this, the Skarner had like 82 armor, 80 magic resist, and he tanks the Atakan for so long. They also have Rel who has Shred. They also have Malignant Sonari who has Shred. So by the time the fight ends up starting, it's insane. If we're going to pause and zoom in, the Skarner, his magic resist is so low. Yeah, 22 magic resist. He was at 80 prior to this.
Yeah, I see the Skarner portrait there to the left, but I don't think it's Skarner actually in this moment. I don't think he's Skarner.
And he just gets deleted, and it just provides a reset for the Ahri, picks up another kill on a Showmaker. And I think, you know, guys, it's May. It is May. Atakan came out in January. It shouldn't take this long. And I feel like teams are still falling for this trap.
I feel like also beyond like the Shred, I mean, yes, the Shred is why that play was so easy. You could just play for choke point control. You could play around the fact that you have a Skarner that could just deny entry. You could play around the fact that you have potential turn there. You don't have to try to rush the Otacon down. You don't have the damage. The enemy Ezreal is down, sure, but they can still win a fight. They still have a huge damage threat in the Ahri. Just play through the choke. Don't actually play to try to rush the Otacon.
I also think it's one of these things where, you know, when we had the Voracious Otacon, you got that buff, immediately it can change the tides of the fight because no longer are you dying and you get the resets, you can fight with no fear. You don't get that instant boost anymore, right? You get the pedals, you get a little bit of AD and some XP. That's not like immediately fight winning. And I think, they just kind of got blindsided, tunnel visioned onto the Atacon there.
Yeah, well, D+ will have to go back to the drawing board, and the Bros on a winning streak of 1 as we take a look at the standings. D+ Kia falling out of that top 5. KT now take that spot. The Bros at 5 and 10, not relegated out on yet to the Rise group, still have an opportunity to sneak on in at a potential 8 and 10. And we've got some fan signs outside. Yeah, the fans are out there holding signs. I can't read that one. It says, "Okay, bro, taxi Giga Chad, bro." Something like that.
Locking in the bro tax outside.
Yeah. Locking in the bro tax. All of you at home paying your bro tax. It ended up working on out, and we're on the road to a potential 2-0 week. But we're not done yet with today. There's a team, the reigning champs, T1, are in action. They're up against B&K BFX, who beat them in round 1. They'll be looking for revenge. Let's see how this all shakes out in just a little bit.
연패를 끊고 나니까 경기력이 좀 달라지고 있거든요 지금. 이러니까 승리만한 게 없는 거예요. 완벽한 연계!
정말 귀신 같아요. 30분이 되는 그 시점!
하나 생명의 시간인가요? 경기력으로 증명을 하는 거잖아요. 과연 누가 쇼의 프로브를 할지 기대가 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
Look at Beryl starting this fight. There's no one even to follow up, but he's still there. He's so dedicated to starting the fight. Kellen's going to go down, and now Beryl's actually just going to murder Diablo. He does spend the storm, but he comes down into a furnace, and he will be taken out. That is going to be a triple here for Aiming, who wants to get his own pentakill. Let's see whether he can get it. The Shoemaker soon scraps her up.
makes me stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. We have tried our very best to bounce back after our previous series. A little bit disappointing here on there, but there was also the upside that the Bros were able to take a swift 2-0, and that was absolutely outstanding. Now it is time to see what's going to happen in our next mystery box of a series. As T1, they did just fall to Gen G. They have dropped some games here or there so far this season, but they're up against BNK FearX, a team that just lost to the DK that we just saw flounder against the Bros.
Yeah, I know T1 have had their ups and downs. I know they just came off of a 2-0 loss to Gen G, but that's Gen G. And I swear, you know, there was a lot of talk about T1 and they were doing the rotating roster stuff. They're 9-5. And out of those losses, I'm pretty sure, it's 2 against Gen G, at least 1 or 2 against Hanwha, and then they had like a couple of silly losses. They lost against BNK.
Yeah.
And I want to say Nongshim. There was one other team that kind of threw us off, but this one more so than the DK Bro one. I feel like T1
They lost to Bro.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, BNK and Bro. I feel like T1 should be the heavy favorite. Now, that's what I thought last time. And then obviously that didn't happen.
And it's the day of upsets so far, in theory.
Yeah, that is true.
And there are some surprises in today's matchup as well, which is going to be a little bit of fun to go over. Which team is going to bounce back after their recent loss? You imagine that, based on your response there, Chronicler, I imagine T1 had a very similar one. Everyone loses to Gen G. They haven't lost a series the entire season. So that is something that you're not really going to get too hung up on. And on the other side, BNK FearX pretty desperate to find themselves some victories here if they want any hope in heading towards the Legend group. And this guy might be the one to get them there. Soboro is making his LCK debut. Sorry, actually, he did play in the COVID era in 2022.
Yeah,
we have a bit of an asterisk there.
I do feel like, I know that technically he's debuted.
Yeah, I'm calling him a rookie. Yeah.
To me, this feels like the real debut, right? Yeah. We do have the fact that he came in on Bro, by the way. Sobro. He was called up due to, I think, the entire team not being able to play due to COVID.
Yep, but now it's time to hear from the man himself.
안녕하세요. 이번에 BNK FearX 탑라이너를 맡게 된 소보로 임성민이라고 합니다. 3년 전에 뛰었을 때도 T1이었었는데 이번에도 T1이랑 하게 돼서 좀 뭔가 복수하고 싶다는 생각도 드는 것 같아요. 일단 제일 좋아하는 챔피언은 갱플랭크고 그리고 지금 선호하는 거는 럼블, 제이스 이런 걸 선호하는 것 같아요. 라인 상황이나 그런 걸 팀한테 공유하고 그걸로 뭔가 변수 창출하려는 걸 많이 해서 그게 제 장점인 것 같아요. 저희 팀이 1라운드 때 이겼어서 이번 2라운드 때도 이겨보도록 노력하겠습니다. BNK PX 화이팅!
Ah, very, very cute. And Sobro is a guy that's actually been playing for a really long time. It's interesting. He's been playing professionally for the last 5 years. Hasn't really been able to break into the top echelons of League of Legends, but certainly has been grinding. We'll see what he can do up against Doran here today.
A lot of that in Challengers, as mentioned, played on Bro, which is where I think most of us saw him for the first time, which is also the team that he had his real debut on in 2022. But you know, it's fine. It's a re-debut. We can work around it. We'll see if he can step it up here today. Clear had unfortunately not been performing very well. I don't think Claire was the only problem on this BNK roster that wasn't working. I think we saw Raptor take a little bit of a drop off, and then the Vigla situation has been talked about many a time.
Yeah, the thing is, if BNK Fearex had have put Sobro in and then put Clear in mid lane, I'd be like, oh, I'm on board. But I'm less on board with this one. I do think Clear has definitely been having some issues. I think that if you were to waggle a finger at Diablo, you'd be wrong. That guy has been fantastic. Raptor has also had some great moments. You can see here, this is an example of Diablo being very good.
The best thing I can think of when it comes to Diablo is that Brendan Veldes has been convinced. And that's not an easy man to convince.
I know.
And he's been on board. Diablo's been great, as we can see here. Particularly given the current status of BNK as a team, I think these stats are all the more impressive. Particularly that gold at 14. It was him and a sudden and unexpected rise in Kellen's performance that ended up with them as, for, I want to say like 2 to Freaks, the best 2v2 bot lane that we had. Now,
in the first round robin, they 100%
they were. Yeah, and it was they gapped
everything.
You'd be like, but what about Viper Type? Got them. What about Ruler Dirt? Yep, them as well.
Yep.
And even, although I'm not 100% sure, it might have been against both at that point of the T1 players in the bot lane. It doesn't matter whether it was Guma, whether it was Smash. They were better.
Bit of EMEA love here as well, as the Galacticos was where Sobro was for a year of his career as well. Just wanted to spend some time in Europe, you know, haven't we all? Absolutely fantastic there.
I have, yeah.
You did.
Yeah, spent a good amount of
great deal
time
of
in Europe, yes.
Yeah. I'd say more than I did.
I'm pretty confident that I did.
We might be in Eurovision, but Australia unfortunately isn't part. We Brexited a long time ago. Let's just say that. We could maybe talk about talk to Orcs about this. He can let us know whether I'm allowed to say that Australia Brexited when they didn't really. And we haven't even had a referendum to
You're on the other end of the world, Albert. That's fine.
We're theoretically still in the Commonwealth.
But if you're ever in the Netherlands, you know, I have great recommendations for tons of places, for tons of food to get.
I have been in the Netherlands before.
No, I know, but it will be better now.
I know, it would be much better. I feel like
not me.
I know. I feel like I just the timeline's working out incorrectly.
If I ever go to Australia, I'm gonna ask you for 1,000,000 recommendations.
Oh, I don't know anything anymore. Like I said, this is going back to the previous series, but I forget things if I choose to. I live in Korea now.
So you're just useless to me then?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not only useless to you though, Chronicler. I'm useless to everyone. So don't worry. Don't feel like you're special.
All right, Mr. Double World Final, calm down. Let's take a look at the video game here. T1. First BNK, we know who the favorite is, but we knew that earlier today, and we were wrong back then.
I'm very intrigued as to how Sobro is going to go. He's up against Doran, who has had some ups and downs, but it's mainly ups more recently.
Yeah.
And I have really enjoyed T1's draft reads. I think that has been one of the bigger improvements throughout this season, is them knowing what champions to take away. And getting rid of Atalia feels real nice. Champion is very, very strong. Setting Faker up for a potential first pick Azir, as the Vi and the Gwen both taken away. I think a last ban on the Azir would be a good idea. And so getting rid of another top laner, I think, looks like the best option here for T1, because then they get either the Kalista or the Azir that they've been able to win through many times.
No big surprises thus far in the draft. Pantheon.
Okay.
Going to be valued above the Xin Zhao, which T1 are looking to B1 Xin Zhao, right? I know the champion got nerfed, but Owner has been our best in. Really, I think Owner's first bad series was against Gen G. Not the first time, but the second time. Like, they get gapped by Canyon. Is that really something that's shameful? No, it's Canyon. But he was definitely, before that, the one player that we didn't have any notes on for T1. That doesn't mean that I think they will stop prioritizing his Xin, as the Azir ban does come through. We talked about this earlier. Azir does still command a good amount of respect when it's specific players playing it. Faker's one of those is a B1 Victor. Now, there's many ways to interpret this. I'm not the biggest fan. I feel like the Victor is solid. We know that Faker really really likes it, but giving over Xin Zhao,
and
ending
also
up having to play into like a Xin Zhao Ahri or Xin Zhao Silas is not something I'm super excited about.
Another thing B&K can do is lock Xin Zhao Kalista. And
yes, and there's no Talia.
And there's
only
no
Poppy.
Yeah, there's no Talia, but then you also get to last pick your support in theory in that moment, right? So it forces T1 to pick away Renata and then get Nico.
Yep.
This is the only way that you can actually orchestrate that.
I'd say in that scenario, T1 are just going to straight up pick Nico.
Well, yeah, that's what they'd have to do.
Oh, so they pick Nico.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
it's like the one up.
I love that, because now, if they would want to go towards the Kalista, they find themselves in the same scenario, right? Where they can't really go with Renata because Nico is such a good matchup. And Nico originally came up as a Renata counter. I do think we've just gotten to the point where she's just good. She's a good support. Particular players play her really well. Peter is always our go-to example. And Carrier is going to say, I don't care that it's a counter matchup. I will be playing this. And it's what? Like Varus is one we often see.
Draven. Just Draven at Diablo. Don't be scared.
I wouldn't mind that.
You got this. He's shaking in his chair.
Well, if you get a frontline as well with Xin, you can go for a good old protect the Draven comp.
I'm into it. Oh, Ezreal is so not Draven. This is the most not Draven you can possibly be.
It is way safer, because you can just not opt into the early 2v2s. But it's
makes
less
me very disappointed.
No, I know. I was expecting at least the Varus, but really I was hoping for the Draven. Got me excited for that, Atlas.
Yeah, me too.
A little disappointing.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to everyone who thought that we were going to get some Draven. We did not get Draven.
Can't always get what you want.
No. Good song though.
Yep.
As okay. Let's see some bands come through. The Skarner is going to be a big sigh of relief breathed for all T1 fans.
Yeah, Owner on Skarner. I don't think it's really what you want to see. So we have Wukong still open. We've seen the rise of Trundle, which I'm okay with. I don't think Trundle is that amazing, but I do think that he has drafts where he can really pop off. I don't think either team should look to play him here though, because with against Kalista it's fine. Against Ezreal obviously doesn't do that much.
Yep.
So I hope that isn't something that they're thinking about. It does have a good matchup into the Xin Zhao though. With the setup that is there thus far, if you do go for Wukong, your 2v2 mid-jungle does become a little spooky. Yeah, it's not that strong. It's just going to be the Sejuani taken away for Owner instead. Now, Sejuani Victor, not really a crazy 2v2, but again, it's mostly about what can Owner do for the team, right?
And you can also follow up with Sejuani Jax in the last two spots here for T1, and that would have looked pretty good as a rounding out of the composition. Galio going to be taken away. Galio Xin Zhao needs no introduction either. And so let's see what Diablo is going to be locking down. We're expecting a mid lane here, and then counterpick for top lane. Make sure Sobero is in the best position possible.
Because they're really, I think T1 wants them to pick Jace. Because I'm looking at that Sion ban, and that's a very clear sign that if you don't pick it, we are going to. The Annie to come, I kind of love that. It's just a very straightforward upfront burst composition. Incredible amount of point and click.
The follow-up to a Tibbers as well is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. The Pop Blossom and everything like that really does work out. As Nocturne, so the last of the more offensive junglers that are at the top of the meta would be the option here. Yorick going to be the consideration first, though, as Doran going to be playing mainly for the side lane. And I think when you do see a wombo combo composition like this, Naviri's still up. What the heck? Okay, there you go. That's definitely an option here for Owner, as he has been so much better at more of the offensive junglers. They don't have a true tank now in any way.
I like the Nocturne.
Nor will they have it here.
Because I'm just looking at the T1 comp. To me, it's a little all over the place, right? There are parts that want to team fight. There are parts that want to go for early skirmishes. There's some kite back. Now, you're playing Renata Victor into a short-range composition. That I think you're always going to be happy about. Is he going to play like Gangplank or something? I'm seeing this man smile.
He is giggling a lot.
Oh, do it.
Okay.
Do it. It's the Rita. Yes!
Yes, there it is. Not a pirate. Instead, he's gone for a Viking. And he's just going to be yelling bro. I love this. A champion that yells bro all the time after a bro victory earlier today.
By Sobero?
By a guy literally who played on bro for 2 years.
Makes too much sense.
Oh, it's too clean. That is how you instantly get fans. As soon as you just pop up into the LCK, you're like...
A little smile as well. He's like,
yeah.
I'm about to do something.
Uh-huh.
And actually locking it in. I kind of love it. Will it actually be good?
I mean, the Ghoulie Wall is like exclusively good into Olaf. Because Olaf, when he presses Ragnarok, is like, haha, no CC, but you can get put in a cage.
You do go through it very quickly, though.
You do. That being said, I mean, that is a unique thing to Yorick that would be somewhat helpful into a guy that is running at him. But I'm looking forward to this. I think B&K, they have cooked at least somewhat.
I'm kind of wondering, though, because,
This is JD from StarCraft. B&K, so a bit of representation there. We do have Wolf here.
Yeah, that's
he might be able,
right?
Oh my God, it's Jadong.
Right,
oh my God! So it was written in the prompt as just JD. I've never heard of Jadong as being referred to as JD, and I haven't seen him in a B&K jersey before.
We got to tell the people. But
oh my God! So this is like the GOAT. One of the GOATs. He's not Flash, of course. Flash is a little bit too much the GOAT, but kind of similar to Faker. We'll go into that immediately after we get onto the Rift.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for T1 versus B&K Fear X.
First things first.
Yes.
Jadong.
So
I don't know enough about StarCraft 1 to really say to a certainty. I know he's one of the greatest Turks of all time. Is he the greatest Turks of all time?
I think so. I think
we have Wolf on the. I'm sure. Wolf
we have Wolf there. As far as StarCraft 1 is concerned, it was always Flash versus Jadong. Like that is just how it went. And it was Terran versus Zerg, and it was just those two. That was like the whole story, and it was amazing every single time.
I was also, although he didn't quite have the same level of performance, a big fan of him when he was on the EG StarCraft 2 team, because he came back and played a bunch of StarCraft 2 as well.
Yep.
And I just remember the signing, and I was like, oh my God, this guy is pure aura. And he was fine. It wasn't anything crazy.
Well, he has actually been playing in, I believe he was playing in the ASL for a really long, like StarCraft 1, by the way, guys, still exists. People play it all the time. It's casted by Tasteless and Artosis if you ever want to go and watch it. And it's still going. Flash is still playing, or at least was up until very recently. And so we have actually, some relatively recent tape of StarCraft 1. Thankfully, the graphics got updated, and so it doesn't feel like as much of a chore to watch.
I'm kind of wondering about the Olaf as well, because I know with Olaf ult you can, if I'm 99% you can run through a Azir wall. So I'm kind of wondering if it works for the Ghoulie wall as well. We're definitely going to find out in this game.
I don't think you can run through things.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can run through the Azir.
Oh,
with Ragnarok. Also,
no, because the Azir ult isn't terrain until it's stopped. I don't think.
No, but I think
there's a weird coding.
Well, we're about to find out, right? Because we're definitely going to see it, and it also would make way more sense for me because I feel like otherwise your window of being effective into Yorick is so small.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
all right, we're going to find out.
I'm looking forward to seeing whether it is actually the case, because I could be completely wrong. I'm just pretty sure you can trap the Viking in a cage, as you cannot trap him in a top lane.
Is he just
He is just he's ghosting. He's ghosting. We're killing him right now. As he'll land the undertow and down goes Faker. There is nowhere he can go. He knew he couldn't flash. Vikla almost dies for it and has to sacrifice his flash, but that's first blood over to BNK.
Now that's the way to make an entrance, Atlas.
Doran's like, I'm in my band. I'm only the bass player, dude. Like, what am I gonna do?
Just come in, pick Olaf.
We could have had a pentakill top lane as well. It would have been so cool. Because Olaf has a pentakill skin as well.
That's bro talent, right? He doesn't even play the bro skin, by the way.
Yeah, no, he needs to be playing bro Olaf, actually. But he doesn't. Yep. Sobro just calling out the timings. Says we got him. Man, this guy's... He's got some vibes. He is helping out. As now we've got to dive towards the bottom side of the map. That bailout is not happening as Kellen will go down. It is a 1-for-1 sacrifice. As Owner will come on over and catch this wave. But Gumayushi, he's not going to be getting the experience for that one. As T1 kind of getting ran around in this early game. Of course, it's early days, right? And this is a composition that does have some scaling elements, largely in this mid lane.
Yeah, but it's
I mean, it's
like
still a
Guma,
Callista comp.
Well, Guma, well, yeah, so Callista to me is one of those interesting characters where I feel like her scaling really depends on what the opponent have. And I do think eventually you can reach a point where like Carrier's ult does enough. If he goes for the McKills as well, you can counteract a lot. But if your Callista does start falling behind early, and Raptor, as he should in this matchup, is going to just try and maximize his early impact, right? Do as much as possible while the Nocturne doesn't have ult, and Nocturne's early power level, outside of specifically dueling, just isn't that impressive as...
Sobro just inside the ghoulie wall and just having a good time.
By the way, he hasn't spent his money yet.
Okay, he's still having a great time in this lane, as we can see.
Yeah, Olaf's his base stats are...
not bad. Not bad. Does have a decent amount of being able to stay alive as well in the kit, although it's not really working against a bunch of ghouls. The Morning Mist may need to be used here, as, yep, that's just a solo kill for Doran. So
that's challengers, baby!
And Chronicler, I'd like to introduce you to this concept that we like to call a caster curse.
I know what you're talking about. I think that is peak debut challengers experience right there.
Well, as you did previously allude to, he was sitting on a bunch of money. And so he goes back and he buys himself a Phage, teleports towards that top side of the map. And Faker putting on some pressure here in the mid lane as well. As Vikla may just die as the Arcane Storm comes through. Faker is going to get killed by Tibbers because Tibbers gets real mad after Annie goes down. So a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. As I guess it actually works out for BNK because Vikla is going to have his flash back up earlier than Faker does.
Yeah, with the flash and the fact you trade 1-for-1, that's a trade up. Like playing into Annie in particular, Faker will be in serious trouble. Also opens up the possibility for this mid lane play, and Vikla died earlier. I think this Dragon is just going over to BNK, and BNK's early game actually looking great. Outside of, you know, Sobro getting solo killed.
I mean,
that part was...
When it comes to, like, Olaf play, I think getting solo killed here or there is kind of just how it works, yeah. It just, sometimes you remember that you don't have Ghost, and you just went for a bad trade. It's either all or nothing. Who is, like, so far in the LCK, who do you reckon is the most iconic Olaf player? Because for me, I always remember Peanut. It's Peanut for me, man. And not even for like good things either a lot of the time. Of course, Tarzan was the one that brought over the redemption tech.
I just love redemption Olaf. It's such a dumb thing.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
That was Kanavi, right? That came up with it?
I think Kanavi was the one that, yeah, and Tarzan then brought it to the LCK. That's what I heard, at least. So with these things, it's also like, it's so hard to actually track this, because you just hear that at some point, it's like, is that real info? Probably, maybe?
It would have been really cool if the maiden that you had from the Pentakill Yorick skin was like just very clearly Iron, or just an Iron Maiden that just hovered, so that it's a reference to Iron Maiden. I just feel like that'd be metal.
It would be cool.
She's not, though, as we can see here. Doran is now in a little bit of trouble, ladies and gentlemen. The reckless swing. There's the shot. This is exactly how Olaf wants to play the game. And that is killing you and dying.
That's peak right there.
I don't know if it's good for Sobero, but he is doing stuff that he wants to do. That's all right. True Shot Barrage is going to soften up these Void Grubs. Carry is going in. Pop Blossom's coming down as well, though the Fate's Call needs to be invested. My God, those Tangle Barbs were so good. As now Vikla is going to try and take down Gumayushi, but he gets bailed out of that one. Owner down to 100 health, and Faker is looking to clean this one up. Kellen, not a whole lot he can do in this instance, and T1 win themselves the fight.
Straight up out-executed. Gets BNK there. T1 playing it just a little bit cleaner. Not quite sure what happened there. Fight looked a little disjointed for BNK. The call to go for the fight, I think, is understandable. But the fact that Guma does actually get the bailout is huge.
Oh, yeah. And Vikla finding himself a little bit out of position in that one as well. We're going to have a look at this replay first, though, as Sobero does that thing where he says, I'm going to run at you and hit you with axes and stuff, and then I'm dead.
If he had mana, he might have been able to live. With he didn't get to use his W. So just a little bit of health could have been a difference maker, as I think Owner got that one. So the setup to this fight is not too clean, but they're up on ultimate, right? They should win this. Then the ultimate comes through from Nico, but watch Guma here. Actually stays alive for long, and then Vikla goes for the kind of desperation play. And that is what ends up being his demise. He doesn't need to play that fast.
Yeah.
If he plays it slow, he just holds there. Guma was so low that you could actually realistically wait it, and Diablo had sums. Diablo still was in a position to fight.
It was a bit of a rush of blood to the head situation here as Raptor, possible angle here, but Carrier turns up. Great handshake as Vikla going to be held in position. Gravity Field not going to really be doing too much.
Yeah,
but you can feel the pressure now that T1 are exerting. And they will be able to do this, right? Like, this 4-1 composition is so scary with the fact that you turn the lights off and kill someone in the side lane. Doran then goes completely nuts, takes all of your stuff, and they never have to worry about the Wombo combo because they're not really going to be trying to team fight you. As a possible fear here onto Raptor. Diablo is moving over, though, and Kellen's in position. Carrier finally gets here, and Owner is playing super far up. Some aggressive play out of the man, as the Crab going to move back towards T1.
They're about to be a member up. I don't know about this for BNK.
A little bit dicey here as the Maiden comes down. Doran gets involved a little bit early, though, as now the Paranoia comes in. They look to just get rid of this Xin Zhao as quickly as possible, and Wind doesn't have time to become Lightning because he's dead. Kellen now doing his very best to survive, but he's going to get smoked down where he stands, and it's a double kill for Owner. Another one going over to Doran as he takes down Diablo. And it is going from bad to worse, as yes, Ragnarok doesn't get you out of the Ghoulie wall, as it turns out. And so Sobero is...
just gonna die?
Possibly just dead. Yeah, the Morning Mist is gonna be able to slow him down. And there is the kill onto the Olaf. And man, it was such a great start for BNK. Let's focus on that.
It was fun while it lasted.
Yeah.
Didn't last very long. We're 11 minutes in, Atlas. T1 has 11 kills.
Yeah.
So
kill a minute pace. You love to see it.
They are down a member here, and the TP actually is nice. TP comes through before the ultimate, but really Raptor's in this fight, which is why the rest of the backline just gets completely obliterated. And then here Vikla and Sobero kind of not on the same page. This Victor pick is just paying so much dividends, because the reason why Vikla can't join Sobero, by the way, is because the Victor W is there. So he just has to walk slowly as Annie towards the Victor and the Renata, which isn't really going to do anything.
Yeah.
By the time Sobero gets there, the fight has already been lost. Now it's a 4K gold deficit. And I don't know if BNK just have the raw stats to get through T1 anymore.
And the problem is they have a composition that relies on raw stats. If
well,
you don't manage to kill someone in the time that Annie and Nico can hold them in position, you just don't kill them.
It's a bit of a mid-diff. Because Annie, to me, is one of those picks into Victor where you're like, you have very specific windows where you can obviously bully him. But also, if you do fall behind, isn't that just the worst matchup imaginable? Because like you don't get to trade, you don't have range, and they've had either Carrier or Owner just continuously hovering.
I would
him.
say that Faker is in trouble, but he's not. True Shot Barrage is going to snag him, but there's the paranoia. Vikla may be in trouble, but that is...
Turn?
Yeah, the turn is going to come on through here. As Ona taking a lot of damage, Pop Blossom holds him in place. He does get a kill before that even happens, though, as the bailout not quite able to work here as the Ghoulie Wall also not quite happening. And there's Sobro, ladies and gentlemen. It's the double, and now Diablo trying to get amongst it. Faker throws down the gravity field, says no to the rest of this fight, but B&K are back on the board.
That was a 1 for 4! How did that happen?
I have absolutely no idea. We were just like signing the obituary.
Yep.
Oh wait, that means once again we cast a cursed it. And we have to stop doing this. Sorry T1 fans this time around for having that conversation about the fact that T1 is so far ahead.
We set up this play, but T1 respond nicely. Faker does tank another. It's the re-engage here that really doesn't hit the mark. Owner goes in.
And Carrier's bailout timing was fantastic as well. So like that allowed Owner to stay alive, get the kill.
And then here, they don't get a reset. And Soboro is just running, and no one has damaged. Actually, even Victor this early on isn't really going to do enough to the Olaf, right? And he's in the fight for a large part. Because again, he had to kind of leave when Annie ulted him, and then they took the Ezreal ult as well. Will this change the outcome of the game? Most likely no, but I do love that B&K just keep being B&K. Because guess what? They're going to take like 5 more of those skirmishes. And it doesn't matter if they work or not, because look at that! Look at that gold graph!
Yeah, that is flattening, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what you want to see if you're a B&K fan. You don't want to see this, as Cerber does have a scary ghoulie guy hovering, but it is not going to be paranoia time here for Ona. As Raptor rotating over, that health bar is starting to look a little bit healthier as first items are completing. Ona has become a Hexblader, by the way. How do we feel about that?
I think Hexblade is good.
Oh, you a Hexblader as well?
Well, like the extra movement speed and attack on your ult is good, no? If you're Nocturne?
I mean, yeah, it does make some sense, but, you know, Stride Break is a pretty powerful item if you can get in amongst it, as Vikler is now dead, ladies and gentlemen. Doran is going to just allow his Maiden to kill him. Look at this! It's an NPC battle in the bottom lane, but the NPC is now alone.
Okay, I think that's mean to say about Vikla. Okay, he hasn't been playing super well, but
it was
let's be...
Tibbers and the Maiden, I'll have you know, Chronicler.
I know, I just wanted to see her respond.
That was a bit toxic.
It's a bit nefarious.
It was a bit nefarious. You have definitely gotten a little bit more edgy, Chronicler, in your time here.
For my standards, yes. As
we're going to have a look at it again. Look, and Doran's actually cheating because he has more NPCs. And he can make them...
Yeah, it's not quite fair. And then Annie, obviously, once you get caught in the Ghoulie Wall, you just kind of die, and there's not really anything you can do. Nicely done by Doran. Good trap. I say trap. He just stood in the brush.
Yeah.
And then...
I mean, it was still a trap. It just wasn't a very interesting.
Yeah, it was pretty bare bones. Yeah, Vikla struggle unfortunately continues. This Olaf is still up gold, technically.
Yep.
So that's nice.
I mean, Vikler is only down 600 gold, and he's down 40 CS, right? So...
Could be worse.
It could be way worse.
Could be worse.
Could. So not the end of the world or anything like that. It's just getting close.
Oh, we're fighting on the power spike.
Okay.
So as a second item.
Rift Herald might be the moment here. They can then use that to try and make this map a little bit smaller for T1.
Their team fight is still really strong. I think T1's too late.
Yeah, Kellen standing in a pretty good position here as the handshake does come through, but that is just a dead Rift Herald as the teleport brought Sobro in. He's looking for a flank angle here. He gets into the brush. That does give T1 all the information here as the Ghoulie Wall goes down to make things annoying. Carrier continuing to find these handshakes.
Well, the poke, they're playing for...
Oh, it's really smart from T1. They're just trying to create some space here as they go in onto Ona, and the Pop Blossom finds everyone! The bailout comes down yet again. They do kill the Nico, though, and so Ona stays alive for a long time into the backline. Goes the Olaf, but he's unable to get on top of Gumayushi. He uses those summoner spells so beautifully. And I was about to say T1 just had the positional advantage around that mid lane, and they utilize it so beautifully to just say no to B&K. They're going to look for even an inner turret off the back end of this as well. Oh man, I feel like they took so much from B&K just going for a desperation engage.
killing Owner is nice, but that's not really what the goal of the composition is for BNK. You need to take down the 2 consistent damage dealers, and I think they tunnel on Owner, and this initial setup, this is great. Again, imagine if they play this a little slower, because by the time Sobro actually gets on top of Guma, the rest of the team is already taken so low, no one can follow up the damage on Guma, and he just gets to hop out.
Yep.
And then the chase.
Still had his flash, so it wasn't under enough threat at the beginning of the fight.
Yep. And then Vikla, Diablo obviously not able to really join. Doran showing the power of team fight Yorick.
Team fight, like hull breaker Yorick. You love to see it. Like you can take the Doran out of the build, but you can't take him off the Rift. He will still just go for the team fights. And he's finding it once again. Carrier up here alongside him. Let's see whether Doran and the Maiden can survive as the bailout does come in. The health bar is not going to quite be low enough though, as Diablo gets close, to be perfectly honest. Owner on the cross map is going to be taking the second dragon for T1, as the Rift Herald does deal with this top outer turret. Still actually a bit of a help here for BNK. Outside of the fact that they lose the dragon, they may be able to get another charge. As you can see here, they do manage to collect it, so half health on the inner turret top lane. Still, it feels like everything's kind of a trade down at this point in time, as they're 3.5k goal behind.
Nice pick inside. I don't think they can realistically fight towards bot side of the map, so this is the best you're going to get. Kellen actually clips him. That sets up more than enough damage. We do see the bailout value continuing to be found there, because Diablo does actually almost die. A couple of stray autos, and that would have been enough to take him down.
So you've got 2 items on everyone outside of Carrier on T1. A couple of items have come through for, a few of the players on BNK, namely Sobro and Raptor. But Vikla still pretty far behind. Diablo still looking for that 2-item spike. And T1 in a really good spot this stage of the game. True Shot Barrage will land onto Gumayushi, but he is still very happy.
I know, so he does Roto Aegis, but that's still a level 1.5.
I'm going to go with a golly on that one. I'm going to give it a golly.
Oh golly, oh geez.
Oh darn. Yeah, it's a bit of that. It's just not exactly Vikla's time at this point. And the Annie, the comeback mechanics, not that many of them.
Oh yeah, flash ult. That's a classic.
I mean, I guess you're basically support.
All you need.
So you need Kellen to be fed or something like that. As he is going to find the flash stun onto Faker. Arcane Storm comes down. He does flash away and puts everyone into the gravity field and says, nah.
That's a good trade.
Yeah,
take that.
Get the flash. Oh, Sobro loses interest on camera.
Well, yeah, he's not that young. He's still a zoomer, He's like, I don't have time for that. I'm not going to chase.
Well, he also probably saw the red dots heading towards his bottom inner turret, and he's going to head on over and grab that.
He also wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to actually catch him there.
His ghost is coming off now-ish.
Now.
We knew that it was. We just really wanted it to speed up.
Because I was talking about it speeds it up. Because observation is important.
Yeah, it was never going to be the nows that we said at the beginning.
It's very deep. It's never the nows you think.
It's always the last now. Okay, Sobro, speaking of which, is going to be standing in this brush. Carry taking a bit of damage, does have to heal to get that extra speed. The speed, in fact, going to allow him to get out of the tangle barbs. That's good news. As T1 just want to grab some crab. They will be able to do that. Okay, mid lane is facing off here in the brush.
No flash.
Raptor turns up. This time around, maybe there's an option, but the rest of T1, they get in position. The handshake's gorgeous. Faker just going to walk his way out. BNK thinking that they got enough buttons to take down this Archon. Let's see whether that is indeed the case. As Vikla, he can go back, teleport in. BNK looking for the turn immediately, though, as we can see, hostile takeover. Gonna find only Raptor as the goalie wall is gonna lock up Sobro. He's now looking to run his way out as the Maiden is chasing them all down. And T1, they do get them off the Archon. Is this enough to get the objective for themselves?
I don't know about doing it themselves. They feel confident. Faker is back with full health. The zone control is decent.
It's a 6v6 now as well. Tibbers and the Maiden getting amongst it. And BNK, they're just not going to go for it. They don't have the confidence. And the Archon just going to go over to T1.
Was a little worried when I saw that TP, but Carrier ensures, together with Owner, that operation, make sure Doran doesn't get instantly blown up, is a success.
Yeah.
Actually gets out, and then with Faker TPing back in as well, able to set down the poke. And the zone control, obviously, for T1 is incredible, right? Between the ghouls and the lasers and the giant force field, it's hard to actually get through once you lose control of a position, unless you fully commit. It's much easier said than done. And BNK, who's in the Otacon now as well, it's not quite over. There is still no flash on Faker, which is big, but Kuma has his sums back up.
Yeah.
Makes the fight a lot harder to play out.
He's now just trying to get this mid-wave in order. As we can see, he will be successful in that one. Carrier just trying to get some control over this dragon area, which is going to be the battlefield that we're looking for as Diablo finding an angle. Gumi, oh, proccing the W as well.
That might be second dragon for BNK here.
Yeah, especially considering going to be without a Callista. That being said, he is actually taking the Wolves instead. Diablo trying to do it one more time as Faker. If at first or second you don't succeed, try again. And unfortunately, don't try again, because it never really works here, ladies and gentlemen. Ona, though, is going low. Carrier bails himself out, but it's not quite going to work, as it's a 1-for-1 trade. Vikla, unfortunately, just doesn't have the health bar to survive in these fights. And Doran is just taking the base.
It's still kind of a window. Oh, they're not going to go for... I thought they were going to actually go for Dragon. There's no TPs. I think they could have. Instead, they're looking for the collapse onto Doran, who is going to trade his life for an inhib, which I think you're not too sad about. If you can turn it into Dragon.
Well, let's see what he can actually find here, as he's going to flash. There's a blast cone.
Never mind.
Never mind. A-okay.
Really felt like they could have gotten him from more angles and probably killed him.
And that the Maiden even absorbed a flash? Sorry, a smite? I said flash, that would be silly. He absorbed a smite from Raptor. Crazy value. Here from the Yorick, who's just going to keep pushing here in the mid lane. The inhibitor just kind of went. And this is the problem, right? This is Hullbreaker Yorick. He does not want to be in your skirmishes or side lanes. And the more T1 gets away with these fights, the quicker they're just gonna win. You can see damage dealt by Doran absolutely gigantic. 4,000 above the closest, which is Faker. My goodness. 3 items done. Steric's Gauge completed as item number 3. And yeah, T1, I think there's, like, if it's not critical mass now, it's getting close. This has been a fun game, though. This has been a much more fun game than I was expecting.
I was expecting a blowout. That's the kind of the BNK special, though. I feel like they always go out in style. They do go out a lot because they're 5-9.
And it's not even necessarily in style, but it is on their own terms. That is definitely a fact. That's all right. Dragon going to be secured. That is Soul Point going over to T1. 1.5k the lead for Doran. 1.5 also the lead for Ona.
I also really like his choice for Phase Rush into Olaf specifically. It's not something we really talked about too much, but obviously not the normal rune you go. On Yorick, I've seen mostly Conquer. I want to say a Grasp or 2 as well, but not going to be the case here, and allows you to actually
I feel like you'd get a bit more sticky. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that as well, but I think it's also allows you to
run away.
See early on, right?
Yeah, the idea is have short trades against Olaf. Olaf, generally, if you stay around him, he kills you.
Did see that. Third item now done for Guma. There is the Terminus now finished for him. Death Stance as well for Sober, which I do think is quite good. Faker has not gone for a very damage-oriented build. Right, we're looking at Zhonya's third. So between the Mercs and then Roa and then Cosmic Drive, it's really hard to take him down. And he will be doing a good job of kiting his... Oh my god.
Oh,
the little ghoul that could. Come on.
Get him. Get in.
Hey!
There he is. He's like, I'm finished. I only wanted to kill your brother.
No!
Fortunately, you're going to get taken down by
He did get his revenge.
He did. The revenge of the Merc Wolf. All right, Vikla, let's do it. Doran doesn't get stunned, though. And he just wanders out of range. He places Sobero in a circle, and now he's just looking to kill him. There he goes. Vikla now in not a bit of trouble. He's dead. Yeah, Doran is way too large. Now T1 should be able to take themselves a Baron because Doran just like 1v2 double killed.
He's going to end the game.
Yeah, all that.
He's going to... Raptor can steal.
Yeah, does it matter though is the question. The smite is not even required because the rend is what secures it. Down goes this Xin Zhao, and Kellen in this side lane will not be able to do anything to Olaf. Yeah, Diablo is going to get back to base, but I think a lot of him wishes he didn't. As, yeah, he's on the fountain, but the Maiden does not care about your fountain. And Doran doesn't care about your Nexus. He's going to kill that, and T1 going to win game 1.
Might be the most solo queue-esque Yorick performance that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason we've seen Yorick picked so much, is because of this type of performance on the champion. We haven't seen too many of them. The like closest to it, I think, was still Morgan in his initial victory on the champion. But yeah, this Doran guy certainly having a day out here today. Is it the... How many POMs does Doran have so far?
Does he have any? It's definitely all owner, and then like 1 or 2 for Faker, and then like 1 carrier from the top of my head.
Yep, Faker and carrier both have 2.
And owner obviously is the front runner.
Yep.
And then
yeah, owner's on 500 points. But yeah, that would be the first one for Doran if he does manage to pick it up.
Well, this game, if there was a POG.
Yeah.
It's an 11 out of 11, Atlas.
Well, we'll see what Doran is going to be playing in game number 2, whether it's his turn for a POM, because if this game is anything to go by, he is having a good day today. It's time for us, though, to head towards having a short break. We'll see whether B&K can get themselves back together and find a better performance in game number 2. Space right after this, and we'll see you back for game number 2.
바텀인가? 바텀이다.
이거 쳐볼래?
애니 바텀이다.
특히 안 좋아 바텀. 바텀 안 좋다. 바텀 2,500. 바텀 좋은데? 바텀 좋다. 네, 노아드긴 해. 1대 이겼다.
핑크 따야 돼. 가봤어.
이거 나 뒤로 뚫게 이러. 뒤로 뚫게.
천천히 하면 돼. 게임 끝낼게 나.
4-3이야 4-3. 이거 그냥 안 치고 있어도 되긴 하거든? 탱만 치워줄래?
3초까지만 유지.
3초까지 유지해봐.
2,500.
탱 칼리야 탱 좀.
칼리 탱. 하나 둘 셋. 팀만 못 오게 해줘. 팀만 못 오게.
형 나 같이 있어.
니코만 갈 수 있어 일단. 게임 끝났어. 여기. 이제 집. 게임 끝나긴 해. 이제 왔어요. 나이스.
뭐야?
요리 보자.
이건 또 한 번만. 한 번만 제발.
볼탱. 안 좋네.
그럴걸.
传奇该如何铸就？
Uzi. He was really young and really prodigious.
AD carries known for being like greedy, very selfish. The game was about him at all times.
This is the best AD carry in the game.
Incredibly mechanically gifted.
He's going for every trade. He's fighting for every farm. He's playing like a psycho. Whoa, that's dude. 我特别喜欢虐别人的感觉，他打法像疯狗一样。
근데 우지를 보고 캐리가 이런 거구나라는.
Everyone loves a wonder kid.
这肯定是会有一个，就是有一个利弊的一个衡量的。
The only person to reach 2 finals and have 2 losses to his name.
Uzi is denied another title.
太多次觉得可以的事情都没有做到，
People wanted to see him lift a trophy.
就觉得自己还可以赢一切的对手，我都不会怕。
他们会在他登场的那个瞬间，就是
他的这些经历、这些故事，到今天依然能打动人。
He made people see that there is more to it than just doing what's expected of you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. It is that team, T1, getting it done in game number 1, despite the early heroics from Soboro, but it didn't quite work out for BNK FearX. Degon here, alongside Ox and Wolf. And this was messy until it wasn't, then T1 took control. Opportunities for BNK FearX, but they weren't able to capitalize.
There was some fun stuff, like the roam down mid to kill Faker was pretty cute coming out from Soboro, but then did end up getting solo killed by Darn when he was sitting on a ton of gold later. And Darn was really the story of this game. He really, you know, sometimes you have a game where you're like, okay, this person had the most impact, this person was the most important, but it was a team effort. This was really just Darn saying, I'm ending the game, you know, you guys do your own thing, this is on me.
Yeah, I feel like the early part of the game got a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy. It felt like it was definitely winnable for BNK. And if you're a T1 fan, you were probably a little bit worried at the beginning, like, oh, this game's getting a little bit scrappy, it's getting a little bit messy, the game state's not normal. But then when we got to later on team fights, T1 were just the better coordinated, stronger team. The Annie performance, again, from Vikla, leaving us wanting. He won last time on it, but this time I think some of the weaknesses of his ability to play it outside of the lane really showing.
Yeah, especially anytime he walked near Doran. Doran had the donut ready to go, caught him inside. Let's take a look at our first one here around the grubs.
So this one ends up being crazy because they actually don't have level 6 for carrier yet, which is a huge disadvantage. But it ends up not working out, and it's so close. But the thing that really solidifies it is the bailout that comes through for Guma. Guma ends up cleansing the CC here, does end up getting rooted, and they see him low, they think it's an opportunity. But we see Vikla flash in and just providing that reset in the end for him. And Diablo, he's healthy, unable to get any follow-up because they're zoned out here by Faker. And we saw as well Kellen running out of mana, and it just felt like this is a fight that BNK Fearx definitely could have won, but it was missed execution, good play from T1 to really come out ahead there.
Yeah, Diablo didn't flash for the follow-up there, which I think was the safer call, but missed a lot of his shots before that. I think if Guma's forced to be bailed out earlier, then he won't be in range. When the play comes in there from Vikla, did give him the reset, it did allow him to bail out. A lot of small things that if played a little bit differently there for BNK, I think win them the fight.
That's the thing with Ezreal. There's such a high burden of execution. You lose so much damage, missing just 1 or 2 Mystic shots, because obviously the cooldown refund as well, and particularly into Kalista Renata, where you need to land that damage. Just a little misplay can make a big difference.
Yeah, not the cleanest game out of Diablo that we've seen, who's been so great as a rookie. But on the opposite side, a clean game. It is that man on the top side of the map. Time to give Doran his flowers. We give him some grief sometime. This time on the Yorick, gets it done, and look at him just go.
I mean, Doran controlled the side lane the entire game, right? And this moment here where he starts to threaten the inhibitor is an opportunity for potentially a dragon take and a defense here from the side of BNK, but they actually send everybody up to try to chase and kill this Yorick. He doesn't care. By the way, if you bring everybody up here and he dies, he kills the inhibitor and still is like laughing to the bank because he already won. But they don't get the dragon. They don't kill him, by the way, as he's able to zone away and then flash this big wall, has the blast cone, which would make Valdez upset. But Doran is just, he's living his best life. And the response here could have been send someone back to make sure that he can't kill the Nexus turrets, but then take dragon.
And then he actually picked up the dragon himself, found an opportunity as the rest of the team were threatening Baron. And then here they're like, okay, we need to send 2 people to deal with him. And I mean, you know, you might say, well, he has Maiden on his side. They also had Tibbers, who was like a 3v2, but he wins those. And then I think we've seen a lot of Yorick recently. We haven't always seen it hit, you know, teams often not utilizing it effectively. We've seen teams struggle as well because, you know, the meta often forces you into these fights frequently. So we haven't seen side laning be such a strong strategy for a while, but Doran had the pressure whenever he needed to, did it perfectly. The fact he was able to get away in that previous play was the icing on the cake, and then the 1v2 there at the end to just lock in the win.
He said on the comms too, while like everyone else was shot calling the Baron exchange, he was like, I'm winning a 1v2 by the way. And then like after he killed both of them, they're continuing to like shot call and try to stop the backs and stuff, and he's just like, the game's over.
Doran knew what was going on. On the opposite side, BNK Fearx, they're running a really young roster here. What did you make of the debut on the top side of the map, given the fact that Doran had the game that he did?
I mean, he made some mistakes. You know, the fact that Doran was able to get that solo kill when he snelled a lot of gold. But I think seeing stuff like the roam down to kill Faker was a pretty cute one. He did get that solo kill, which was a trade on Doran. And I think it's exciting to see a player come in and clearly have some fresh ideas. But in the end, I think there were a lot of struggles for the team that weren't necessarily down to him.
I think it's a team issue, and when you have a new player, even though he had great individual moments in this first game, the fact that you have this new top laner makes it a little bit more challenging to have coordination that BNK was already lacking a little bit. Now you take the top laner out that's been playing with this roster for a really long time, and I think it's going to look a little bit murky.
Yeah, well, BNK Fearx on to the blue side for game number 2, trying to change their fortunes and get a little bit of an upset here. T1 looking to stay on course and stay on top.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown here. And yes, I think that there was certainly some fingers to be pointed in certain directions as far as who was responsible for that loss. But ultimately, T1 just a whole lot better in this one. Ryu, you can see, I mean, it used to be him facing off against Faker himself. This time around, he's wielding his team. See whether they can once again find a bit of an angle here, because this time they get to move over to the blue side. They might be able to find an advantage. We saw that didn't work for DK in the previous series. We'll see whether it's also not going to work for B&K in this one as we dive into the draft.
Still an opportunity here for B&K to make their dreams come true. Is it likely that they will be the one to make it through? Not necessarily, but it's still possible. Like, we can't keep going over this enough, especially with Bro's win and DK being stuck at 7 for now. Nongshim, DK, KT, these teams have some pretty tough matches still ahead of them.
Yeah.
And anything can happen for B&K. Looking at the remaining strength of schedule, can they beat KT? Sure, it's KT.
Yep.
Do they need to play better than that we saw them play in the first game? Yes, obviously. And then they face DNF, which is doable as well. And then all of a sudden, if somehow you're able to scrounge together even a game win here, and DK continue their free fall, can end up over them in the rankings. There is still a lot of volatility, particularly from like the range of 4 to like 8. You know, T1, even if they end up losing here, they're still pretty far ahead on 9, so I don't think they're too worried. Nongshim is at 8, but Nongshim also has some really tough matches ahead of them. I think they, out of those teams, have one of the hardest strengths of schedules still coming their way, including Bro, who after today are obviously a force to be reckoned with, as the Azir is going to get taken away from Faker. Understandably, the Talia ban was kind of a hint towards that.
Yeah, that one has to be locked away. B&K have completed their Gen G experience for, you know, these couple of round robins, though, so that is certainly good news for them, not having to worry about that one. This is, though, starting to become a bit of an issue, because now you've got the Rumble locked away for Doran. I would personally prefer not to see Ascana.
Yeah, but really,
but it's still going to get locked in.
It's just not been great. The Skarner, he has like wins 1 in 3 games. The priority remains high. With the Rumble, I kind of get it. They also want to deny the Skarner Azir, which even though DK didn't show that for some reason, that is a strong combo. And instead, if there is a setup that makes me believe, it would be Raptor Poppy in a possible win against Owner Skarner. Not because of Owner, but because of Skarner.
Oh, 100%. That being said, I love this top side for B&K.
Yep.
It has been very, very good.
What?
That's a Smolder. Wow. It's Pigeon versus Dragon.
Did get buffed, but I did not expect. Oh no, someone stop Chovy from watching this. You can't go back to the Saddles. No! No!
I'm sorry, it's already happened, Chronicler. We just have to accept it.
Do we?
Well, yeah. I mean, there is now still a small chance that Gumayushi are going to be playing that towards the bottom side of the map, but I don't think they're going to be blind picking it just like that. As the Alistar going to be banned away here. There goes Jin as well, so obviously B&K know what's up.
Are aware of what they are playing into. Used to be one of the picks we saw often into the Azir when he was strong.
Yeah, I actually kind of like, I was going to say I don't. But Smolder and Rumble found a lot of success together when this was... I never hated him as much as everyone else did. I actually feel like I was like... I didn't get it. I didn't get the amount of hate.
So there were certain iterations. I think that once we got to like MSI last year... Or sorry, not MSI Worlds. I remember... oh my god.
Are we Senna smoldering? That feels like too much time in the kitchen.
Well, yeah, that's not a lot of pressure. But Guma can go, hopefully we'll go for a more damage-oriented build. I think Lucian is way safer.
Yeah, I feel like you just want to have some lane pressure, right?
Yeah.
Instead, Goomer is going to lock this away. We saw Viper try his hand at it yesterday, and it was all right. That is going to be the Lucian considered as, oh man, star-crossed lovers. Man, it would have been so cool if it was still like support center and you could have like Zaya Rakan also on opposite sides of the rift at the same time.
Now what I want is Carrier to go lore accurate and lock fresh.
Oh yeah.
Carrier fresh for the throwback?
No, but isn't that lore accurate if you're like alongside Callista, because Callista has all that beef?
No,
it'd be Viego.
What? No, because
Viego Senna. That'd be the combo.
Because fresh imprisoned Senna.
Didn't he also imprison Callista or something?
I don't know, but he definitely imprisoned Senna from...
I thought it was Viego that had something to do with it as well. I need to return to that particular Shadow Isles lore.
Yeah, I don't remember the Shadow Isles lore, but it's okay. I'm
It's
sure we got a lot of time
it's
early
okay.
on.
It's okay. Folks can let us know. You can just write something down in Twitch chat. I'll make sure that I'm checking it out. It is going to be the Braum Lucian, which is one of my personal favorites, favorite Lucian lanes.
We did just pick Nautilus into Braum.
Yeah,
That did happen.
Well, Ikeria has just back-to-back counterpicked himself, and he did not really care about it.
Yeah, I don't think he does. This is also farming Senna. If you are unsure, that is definitely something that it has to be explained, because this combo was what ended the last Genji win streak. If you remember, when KT beat them, that did happen. It was Beryl that, together with Deft, picked farming Nautilus with support Senna.
Yeah.
Going to be the case here. This is a farming Senna with a non-farming Nautilus.
Yep, and that's what was buffed, was the just regular carry Senna more recently. So that's what we're likely to see this time around. Does mean that we've got so much like infinite scaling. It is absolutely ridiculous. It's someone's birthday. G-Sun, could you... Tom? It's Tom's birthday today? That means we've got another one because it's Kion's birthday today here as well. Oh my goodness. So many people born in May. It is absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, congratulations all over the place. And you know what we've got for you for your birthday? We've got a game 2 between T1 and BNK4X. Let's go.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Time to see whether Carrier can win back-to-back games, counterpicking himself. And whether, like, if T1 makes it to 45 minutes, is it just done? Because you'll have Gumayushi shooting them from his fountain, and Faker with 1 billion execute damage.
I don't think they need to get to that point. Even though, on paper, seeing Skarner, Senna, and Smolder makes you go, the simple flowchart. Is your name Genji? Is the answer no? Then you lose. You know, it's very straightforward. This is basically as Genji as it gets. And we'll see how Faker can play out the Smolder. One of the reasons why we sold this pick when it was at its strongest in mid lane was because it specifically was able to really bully lane and then also scale and be very safe. As I wonder, as Atlas is doing some very necessary...
Yeah, I'm like not paying attention to
There we
it at all.
go. See Fresh.
I mean, yeah, he's a related champion. They're all Shadow Isles champions.
No, it's because Senna's soul got yoinked by Fresh. I'm very certain on this.
I'm sure there's... But I'm just trying to work out whether
You made me
she
second guess myself.
She has a closer relationship with Viego, because I remember there was like a big thing about that, and like
I think
Lucian
that was
mad
specifically Sentinel, like the Sentinel lore, which was like, wasn't that like an alternate universe?
Isn't that just like Callista's E?
No, Sentinel was like the whole, it was like a visual novel, it was like a whole thing.
Sentinel is also the name of her E.
No, it is, but that's not... That's not what we're talking about, Atlas!
Wait, it's a W.
I'm talking about...
Is it a W or it's Ren Z, right?
Ren Z. Yeah, we're talking about a specific event that happened in League of Legends. The Sentinel event. This was a thing.
All right.
Don't aha me.
I'm not paying attention. I'm trying to read as quickly as I possibly can. But yes, the Sentinels of Light. I believe that might be what you were referring to. I think you need the of light part.
Oh, don't you get...
Otherwise, it is just Senna's W. Sorry, it's just Callista's W.
I can see your face, Atlas. You can't use these tricks on me. There's Faker farming grass stacks of Vikla here very early on, as one would expect. Also, Soboro going for Electrocute here.
She was definitely imprisoned in the Lantern by Thresh. That certainly happened. As we're seeing a little bit of a battle here, but I'm going to go back to reading the lore. Gumayushi could be in a little bit of trouble.
Gumayushi getting taken low. Carry out stacked up, but we'll be fine. I'm just gonna. You know what? You just read.
Where is the Viego part of this? I'm done. I reckon you're right. It is just Thresh. There's no Viego part.
Yeah. So you're thinking of Viego and his wife and the whole Gwen situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a separate. It's Isolde.
Is it separate completely?
Isolde is his wife.
Yeah, I thought that.
Which was explained in Ruination, which was another.
I remember Ruination. That one was cool.
Yeah.
But I just don't remember enough of it. Maybe that was taken up by other things in my memory banks. As we know,
as we know,
not
you
a lot
forget
of
a lot.
space. Exactly. All right, let's have a look at what Raptor can do here. As Owner is standing on top of a ward, he knows it. As Doran is going lower and lower, but Sobero is down to 50 health right now. And the jungle battle is going to continue. Faker could potentially be in a bit of trouble, but he does just wander his way out. Gumayusi and Keria instead just going to look for a lane swap, heading towards the top side here. And we are going to see that there is basically no difference.
Big win for the
CS.
The Sobros, which is defense of Sobro, obviously. Doesn't get solo boloed. Actually just walks it off this time around. As the lane swap comes through for T1, but not for BNK, which definitely is not the best for the Jace. I think Rumble feels a little bit more comfortable, although he doesn't have his ultimate available yet. I would love a dive from Raptor here towards Doran, but Owner is covering that bot lane right now. Those are some very aggressive plays being set up.
Yep,
Owner, he's out of the curve.
Yep, they're slamming each other into walls, and that is just the quickest of cooks here for Doran. Man, that's like he was making like a salmon steak. You know, you really just want a real high intensity sear.
Let's talk methods. But first, very nicely done there by Owner, just completely ahead of the play, read them like a book. So Sobro, I don't think he dies, but he's going to take a good amount of damage, unfortunately for him.
Yep.
And 9 these, which you can just get all those off, definitely very annoying to deal with this. Doran picked up the kill. Are you like a reverse sear guy?
Yeah, I've recently got into
he's also getting reverse seared.
Yeah, this is the reverse sear as well, because this is Doran getting seared. He was greeting for a minion wave that he wasn't allowed to walk up to.
Doran, you have a job. It's to get POM, okay? I want to vote for you.
Hey,
like game number 1.
He's 100% kill contribution, 100% death contribution.
We cannot give him credit for the first kill. That was always jungler, okay?
I don't know. I see a 1 in the left-hand column, Chronicler. Where do you think the 1 is?
Don't you be a scoreboard, Andy. Don't you dare.
Look, I went to the school of Daniel Orks Harrison, okay? And outcome-based assessment is our pledge, you know? To stay unbiased, as Emperor's Divide going to come on through there, and oh my goodness! It's the combo, and it works out gloriously as BNK not going to be able to find too much here towards the top side, as Owner is going to just shove Vikler into the wall. He is going to get convinced to leave this area, but already has done a fair bit of work.
Oh, you mean Owner? Yeah, Owner does have to leave.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't Vikler. Vikler didn't really mind about the whole situation.
No ult for Owner, so not ready to worried. We're 2v2ing here with Jace.
Yeah, not sure about this one, as the exhaust does come on through. Gumayusi trying to stand his ground as Sobero flashes away. Gumayusi gets into the mist, flashes up, but he does get the heal. And still Gumayushi's going to be able to pick up the kill now, the Piercing Darkness. And look at the heals that come in the whole time from Gumayusi and Keria. And Guma, get back here. What are you doing? You could have killed him. Instead, the red dots.
Also, Diablo was like, oh, kills for me. Sobero, as a challenger player does, tries to flip. Flip doesn't work. Very unfortunate. The exhaust really paying off there for T1. Otherwise, pretty sure that that play would not have worked out. The advantage, though, for Sobero is that he is a top laner, which means he has TP. So this entire wave is going to get shoved into the turret. He's also going to get tempo on the next base as he's able to clear this wave very quickly. As
let's have a look at it. This is like exactly what you want to do if you're playing Azir and Poppy.
Oh, look, that's just on the edge.
It's so clean.
Really nicely done. And we take another look here. So the health bars are obviously not too bad for T1. That Q could have been the difference maker with how low this gets. Guma gets a 2-man Q, and then here damage goes down onto carry at that exhaust, right? Like Soboro, especially in melee form, hard to get through. But just that little bit of extra damage could have been the difference between Carrier living and dying. And then here, I think he could have walked it off.
Yeah,
But
honestly,
instead-
like, it was the fact that Kellen got the heal and it felt so good, and now it feels absolutely horrible. As Raptor comes in, Gumayushi might be dead, as he's going to see what he can do, but the heroic charge going to be enough there. A supportal combat will complete the play. And out goes Vikla here as Doran says, no, not my lane. Sir, that is illegal.
So, I want to say that's still a trade up. I'm not sure. It depends on whether Soboro can catch the bot wave, but if he can...
My
he
issue is, so
So-
this game is a bit skewed, is it not?
Yes, we have very clear skewing going on.
Yeah, because T1 are doing that thing where they have a bajillion scaling and like a true tank, and like the front line is going to be ridiculous and they scale into infinity. And they now have the first dragon. And so like if it's even,
Okay.
B&K are
Yes.
really far behind.
But I want you to look me in the eye and tell me, do you really think T1 isn't still going to fight every single fight?
Oh yeah, but the fact that they're winning is the huge problem, because I don't think that they should. As Carrier's going to find the hook. There's the Dawning Shadow as the Impale comes through as well. Diablo will get taken out. They will be able to trade one back because the Keeper's Verdict works out very nicely. But still, Raptor's going to get delivered to this turret. And even though they don't have a massive amount of damage, they are still going to try to go for the kill, but they don't manage to take down Raptor.
1-for-1?
Yeah!
Yeah!
Honestly, like,
Game
Raptors
is-
saved it. This is very silly.
This game is really fun, Atlas. I'm having a great time.
I'm still confused about where I got the whole, like, the Lucian, Senna, and Viego thing in my brain, because I swear that was in a cinematic at one point.
That was fresh.
And now, and I guess it was Thresh the whole time. As, all right, Vikla is just going to airball the ultimate, and now the kitchen sink is going to land on him. Kitchen sink and Faker's mom. As he calls her down, Vikla at least is able to flash his way out of any danger.
Well, he lives. You know, that's really all that matters. Would have preferred if he hit the flash and then the ult, so that at least Faker would be threatened, but
If
maybe
he,
would
if he
have
actually
traded-
did go for the flash, though,
he would have died
died.
to
Yeah.
Owner. Yeah, I guess. Thank you for small miracles, right? Is they are
Sometimes
already
happy
losing
accidents.
the 2v2.
Yeah.
Not great.
So that's another hook that's going to connect. Man, it's such a shame for B&K that Carrier got the counter pick Nautilus. As Vikla is going to try and get himself out of here. It's going to work for the moment as Raptor comes on over. Doesn't really like his odds.
I do stand by the Raptor on Poppy. That's good. That's a B&K pick.
Yeah.
He's 3-1, has his Sundered Sky.
Did you like my joke
Running
about
around.
the Braum Nautilus thing?
The counter pick?
Yeah.
I'm still a little mad that it's working, so I kind of didn't address it.
Yeah. I'm a bit mad about it as well, which is why I joked about it. Carrier making it work twice in a row, though, is a very Carrier thing to do. He likes to play hard mode. And B&K are not liking what he's doing. So
It's
they're gonna
even.
see what they can do. Yeah, I mean,
Do they get outskilled? Yes. But we are talking like 25 minutes from now. You know, I don't know how many stacks Faker is on. That's kind of what about. Oh, no, we do. It's 109.
yeah, it's 109.
Which is pretty solid. Nothing too crazy, but
My issue is the fact that Gumayushi is like even on farm and has 3 kills. So the center is only going to be more difficult
yes.
to deal with.
But especially with this build, I don't think her mid game is that good. Like, I think Lucian on one item is still going to feel way better in these early fights.
That's a good point.
So we'll see whether that actually rings true, because this is going to be the Cleaver build again, which is fine. I like the Viper. I think Viper went for straight up IE. I don't know if it was Viper or it was someone else.
It was Viper.
No, Viper went also for the same build. I forgot who it was.
Oh, was there another one?
There was a third center.
Oh, golly. Was that earlier on? Well, we've got a bit of a fight breaking out here as Carrier taking a fair bit of damage. Over the wall goes the culling up.
Doran!
That equalizer placement. Oh, Doran. POM time, baby. It's POM time for Doran as he picks up the double. And Soboro, he's there towards the top side. He's looking to grab a couple of plates before they dissipate. Got under a minute for that, but Doran's making his way back up there again. Have you got the sheet? You reckon it's time to write it in?
Atlas is doing some serious campaigning here, everyone.
Oh, I'm ready. He hasn't got one yet all year. He's the new guy.
What do you mean he's the new guy?
What do you mean?
At T1, no, I know that. Yeah, on T1, not in the LCK.
No, of course not.
We take another look here. Great TP from Doran. Diablo just getting straight up cooked, and the fact that he gets knocked away really only speeds up his return to his own lane, which is kind of cute. Engaged there, working out again, and it's starting to feel like despite the best attempts from BNK, the team gap is just a little bit too big, and I'm sad because Count is playing the best Brom skin. He's just carrying around Kebab.
Yeah, that
By
is
the way,
true, actually.
You know, yesterday we were on the space.
Yeah.
And I'd already eaten the food that was supplied to us because, you know, it was nice. I was hungry. It was okay. And then Jisun had just ordered kebab and only finished half of it, and she was like, "You want the rest?" I'm like, "Yes, I actually really
God!
do." It was kebab from.
Oh, that is so cool.
It was kebab from Itaewon. According to Jisun, I asked first. My experience was that she was like, "Oh man, I can't fit
Don't worry,
a giant bowl of
I've
kebab."
eaten my fair share.
Oh,
of
I'm not
kebabs
feeling ashamed to you,
from Itaewon, don't you
I-
worry. But I know exactly what I missed out on, which makes me even more jealous. Adding that extra layer.
Well, at least it's not the ice cream conversation. That was a tumultuous day at LOL Bar.
Still, I don't remember that one. That one's left.
What do you mean? You were mad because Deagon was like eating ice cream.
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
That was a really memorable day for me.
All right.
Not for you?
No.
Oh. Well,
Days that make me sad, I remove from my brain.
It was a great bit.
It's continuing to deliver. As T1 setting up for the Rift Herald here, picking up rocks and stuff like that. And I'm still just a little bit upset at the fact that they're getting away with it. As there is a whole flash out of the way of the hook. That would have been an absolutely incredible hook angle, and I wouldn't have actually even blamed Diablo for not flashing, because he just kind of came out of nowhere. But gonna have those fast reactions. Gets himself out of dodge, but now won't have that available for this Herald fight.
An opportunity here for T1 to really solidify this game. As I thought, based on how the health bar looked, that Doran had ulted. He hasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have just used...
You know what the worst part for Soboro is?
What's that?
So in his debut, he played against his first debut 3 years ago. He played against Zeus.
Yep. And now he's playing against Doran on like his best day.
Domestic Doran.
Yeah.
And Domestic Doran was, you know, we didn't really see him for the first, I want to say like 4 months, but he's back.
Oh yeah.
Domestic Doran is here to stay.
Well, there's International Doran's turning up.
Okay. Even for me, this is a bit much. Okay. This is
that was such that was the most horrendous caster curse I've ever seen in my life.
I still don't. That was okay. But I've been singing his praises all game. This is the first time this has happened. Okay. I just want to say.
What's the first time that you said Domestic Doran? That was the first time you said it.
Okay, but he didn't die. It's fine. You know,
he did just like throw his ultimate onto the floor for no reason.
No, he traded flash for flash. It's fine.
It's not about the result. It's about looking like a silly Billy, and he absolutely looked like a silly Billy because of what you just said. That's how a caster curse works. Because it's not about the results.
Curses aren't real.
Curses are 100% real. They're too real, and they're a plague. They're a plague on our LCK.
Because we yap so much.
Yeah, we say too many things. And
most of them aren't even game-related.
Some of us are not taking responsibility for it.
That will really
And that's
you.
the worst part.
Yeah.
Exactly. Gotta take responsibility for your actions.
Well, I'm
going to continue caster cursing, but I will take responsibility for all of them.
Yeah, you always apologize. I am known to skirt responsibilities in general, so
yep,
makes sense to me.
You are a shirker of responsibility. It's actually not true, guys.
You know that Jisun redid the alignment charts and took out my own vote, and I like shut up. It was even worse. I was like 1.2 and 1.5.
Oh no.
I know.
I'm glad that I'm still
You're still chaotic neutral, at least.
even afterwards.
You didn't slide into evil.
Yeah. Which was a real danger because I had to vote myself maximum to it to try and give myself the most odds. All All right.
Even without that, you were fine. Fortunately.
As it turns out.
It would have been so funny if you weren't, though.
I would have just called that particular one wrong.
And rigged.
Yep. That's what I would have done. I would have gone back to crusading for the quiz. The power of the quiz. Oh dear. If you
the game
guys
is still even.
Yes. If you guys do want to see our D&D alignments, by the way, it is up on Twitter.
Jason's Twitter. Yep. BNK are in a position to fight this game, or fight this dragon. It's 2 right now for T1. If they win this fight, I do think the game's kind of over.
Yeah, it's a Mountain Soul
because of the aforementioned scaling issues.
Not to mention Mountain Soul's Ghana. I don't know. It feels pretty worrying.
Oh, it's just gonna give it up. Okay, well, you do have Poppy.
It's not Mountain Soul yet. Okay.
No. What are they? I guess they're waiting for 2 items on Diablo. I'm like looking for. Also, Sobor is really far behind, so I guess that was a consideration. But I'm not feeling too happy about it. I think you have to kind of fight for that.
It's also feats of strength that go over at the same time.
Yeah, I mean that's one. A soul point is such a big deal, though.
Oh golly. Jeepers. Gumyushi's damage.
Golly.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, gee willikers.
Who's willikers?
I have no idea. It's just a thing. I remember I heard it in a movie or something at some point in my life. Can't quite remember where. As Vikla looking for an angle, gets the flash this time. They find another heroic charge into the wall supplied by the Azir. They'll grab themselves a turret as well. BNK, some signs of life here as they move into a gold advantage.
I'm going to lose the Otacon for this, it looks like.
Hey,
OTP on
this
Vikla.
gold lead is extending, though.
Yeah, that is true. I don't think that'll be enough as Kellen is watching it happen. Mid-lane turret might go down as well. They can go for this for sure.
Well, they don't. They've got another pack of
wave
minions.
fared.
Yeah, so Otacon is going to be traded for an inhibitor turret in the bottom lane.
So that's
and an inner turret, and an outer turret, and an outer turret in mid lane as well.
3 turrets? Wasn't Doran still Manifa?
Yeah. So it was the outer, inner, and inhibitor in bottom lane, and they almost get the outer in mid lane as well.
That's very worth.
Yeah, I would say so.
I still don't think the game state's that great, but that's a great trade for BNK.
Well, bless you, Faker.
Okay.
All right, so T1, they opt in for the objective that, will not be respawning, right? That's going to be permanent stats they'll have in advantage. They can have that on top of the fact that they have Soul Point and the feats of strength. So just inherently, they have a fair bit of extra power. It's only 1,000 gold in the lead for BNK. But BNK have a whole lot more of an open map to work with now. Inhibitor turret down in the bottom lane just means that bottom side map control is going to be so much harder for T1.
This is gone. So T1, I also understand. Faker is approaching the break point for the stacks. Not quite there yet, but that's not the end of the world. T1 setting up a trap in case there's an overcommitment to BNK.
Yep.
Towards this mid lane turret. BNK not going to fall for it because Diablo is probably going to finish his second item. Be feeling good about that. There is the IE, so I do like that setup. It's going max damage, transformation should be imminent soon for Soboro.
We do also have the rapid fire cannon very close for Gumyushi. That'll be 3 items for the Senna, which is a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Doesn't have like the big boom boom damage items like the IE, which is such a huge spike, but still going to be a force to be reckoned with, and that paired with the fact that you just naturally get more and more stuff as the game goes on.
Bloodletters. And also, the double scaling is really what we're going towards. But there's the RFT for Faker as well. Getting very close now towards his stack. Oh, by the way, because I'm definitely going to forget. We've also established you are a forgetful man. Are we still going skating tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking.
I put on my big wheel frames.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I am prepped and or ready.
Weather's supposed to be nice tomorrow as well.
Also,
we still have a little bit of time before the true Korean summer sets in.
Are you busy for dinner?
Well, I am now.
I was hoping to hang out with Doa. I think he's hanging around.
That sounds wonderful.
He's in Korea at the moment. Shout out to LCK play-by-play GOAT.
The man who yelled Faker, what was that?
He did.
That was him.
He looked at the cleanse and he looked at the moves. And then he asked what it was. And it was a really big moment. And both of the people that he was talking about are in this game.
I know.
Isn't that
There you go.
fantastic?
Don't let anyone tell you that we're off topic.
Exactly.
It was all a ruse.
Uh-huh. A cunning ruse
A
at that.
cunning ruse, Atlas, as the possible fight. Oh. Oh, he's faking it out.
Vikla instead crashes Shelly into a wall. And so just doesn't care about any sort of Rift Herald power whatsoever. She's just going to wander aimlessly towards the turret and die. Because that's what happens if you just crash Shelly into a wall.
Oh, RFC done for Guma now as well.
All right, there's the Flash Impale! Empress Divide does absolutely nothing as Vikla is just going to get executed by this dragon. 234 stacks, and as it comes in, T1 says it's time to fight. The Equalizer got Diablo out of that battle entirely as the minion wave is getting thinned out. Dawning Shadow comes through. That's going to keep Doran alive. And T1, they can just keep regenning these health bars over and over again. The power of this composition, if you cannot burst them down, is absurd. And now they're going to look for a Mountain Soul. It's game over, guys.
There's no shot you're winning as Mountain Soul. Yeah. One of the big win conditions that are still left for BNK are poke from Azir and Jace. That's gone. And Diablo all-inning.
Yeah.
Also gone.
Yeah, big time gone. It's 244 stacks. It's 25 minutes, so of course, you know, normally we look at it at like 21 minutes. If you're starting to hit like towards the execute being unlocked and things like that, you're feeling okay. But immediately, as it all happens, they manage to get the pick off. The Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing. And the Equalizer also does about nothing as well.
Yeah, root from Guma. Great follow-up from Owner.
Doran is so selfless. He's like thrown away like 3 Equalizers just so that he can help get his friends some POMs. Isn't it nice?
Okay, so...
Who else gets it though? I guess that's a question.
Carrier.
Is it Carrier? I guess he
that would be
kind of
like his
Renata
was also amazing, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The narrative vote, it's going to be Doran. I also think that in this game you can give it to multiple people, and in game 1 it was definitely Doran. So I'm
oh, that slam! That was real sexy there from Ona. He's getting my POM. I don't have one, but he's getting it if he wants it. That's going to be the lockdown of Sobero.
Owner hasn't gone on POM in like a series, Atlas.
I know!
So...
And he's the only one that can like realistically potentially catch up to Chovy. Although Chovy's going to, like, if he gets another 2 or something like that, or another 1, isn't it 1 and then he, like, no one can ever catch him? And I think now you can only equalize with Chovy. How far ahead is he?
Well,
he's
yeah, no,
400 points ahead.
It's not happening.
It's done. Yeah, it's over.
Zeus can Zeus still equalize this? Home have 4 left? No, they played against NG at the beginning of the week. Yeah, no, it's over.
Yep.
Wow, what a shocking turn of events.
It is quite incredible.
Who could have known? Chovy good.
Yeah, Chovy good, guys. What are we talking about him in this series, though? It's like it's a bit weird. We're not supposed to do that, Chronicler.
We're talking about POMs.
Yeah, but we're not supposed to. He's not playing.
I want to focus on the game, Atlas.
Yeah, that's what we're
game
do. Exactly.
Broadcast
T1
first.
BNK Baron. That's what we're looking towards now. Rocks are being thrown around. Faker is flying around. Well, walking at the moment, but he could fly if he wants to.
He's doing some flapping.
Indeed. Troll Ward will be cleared out. BNK,
what about a Hail Mary Baron into an ult from Raptor, into winning a fight, into a game 3?
Into Elder, yeah. I love that. I love that.
Well, you get Baron and then, you know, you just turn it into Elder. Just do that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That would be really good.
Atlas.
It would be really good for BNK if they did that.
Yeah, they do need to get through Mountain Shields on everyone. Which
yeah.
They don't have any shred. That is a problem. They have no Cyrildas. They have no Cleaver.
I mean, Diablo has other cool items. And 3 of them.
No, that is true, but like how much armor? Like even Senna.
Well, Gumayushi.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, not going to take any damage.
Because he has Cleaver, right? It's not even like he went Grasp Senna, so his health isn't that crazy. It's like, what, like 2k?
Yeah.
Maybe. But...
doesn't really take very much damage.
No.
They do have a Serpent's Fang. So if these Shock Blasts are going to land from Sobero, then they can at least get rid of some of these mountain shields. But as you can see here, Vikla is going to need a few extra autos to be able to get through even.
That's carry-out, by the way. That's
yeah.
not farming Nautilus. That's a normal Nautilus.
Yeah, this one does have a locket, though. Cerberus going to dive in on top of Doran here. Let's see who wins this 1v1. As Equalizer goes down and Cerberus is just dead, ladies and gentlemen. Back on POM duty here is Doran. He's like, I gave you guys a shot, but now I'm just going to pick up solo kills in side lanes. Look to take him down.
I think Subro also doing his best for top lane. You know, top lane sake on POM, they're not too hot.
There we go.
It's really just Zeus.
Look at how unfair that is, by the way. Diablo, absolutely zero options as far as being able to respond to Gumushi at all at this point. The range advantage is just disgusting.
I know the gold lead on paper is like 2.5K, but it's the stacks, it's Mountain Soul, and it's also Otacon, we haven't even really mentioned, and a trade felt great when it was happening for B&K. Not so great right now.
No.
No.
The gold is unfortunately not a permanent advantage.
I feel like we're 3 more minutes of inactivity removed from doing silly voices, and I really hope it doesn't. It doesn't get to that, because we have Elder, right? Baron's live. T1, you're T1.
We haven't hit silly voices in quite some time, but I guess we haven't been in a Smolder meta for quite some time either. That's double Infinity Edges done for T1.
Just start an objective, T1. Come on.
I mean, start an objective, anyone. I think that B&K, they also know.
Hail Mary.
Yeah,
they've
got to do something weird if they want to win this game. Because
something wacky.
Oh, yeah.
Something wonderful.
Yeah.
I know where I'm going with this.
It does. Yeah. Something has to be
done.
This
is what I'm talking about. The voices are starting, Atlas. There, you can start the objective. Come on.
Oh, you're talking about the voices in your head are coming back. Is that what you're saying?
Our head.
Ah.
Yes. Don't pretend you're any better than me.
No, I try to hide mine, though.
No, you don't.
Right. Fake is going to get flashed on. That could be the opportunity here, as they do get a nice double knock-up. But that's it. That's the initial salvo. They almost got through it. Dragon Shield. Owner is actually taking real damage, though. But here is the equalizer. My God, the value is disgusting as his Flame Spitter comes down as well. Now it's Gumushi untouched. They manage to get the Impale off. Down goes the Skana, but that is all they're going to get as Sobero. He's just looking to make his way out. It is a 1-for-4, and T1 will now march up this bottom lane. They can take themselves an Elder Drake if they'd like to. The Rift is their oyster.
T1 really playing it safe here, not wanting to run any risks, even though many of the members are dead, just ensuring their 2-0 victory. As they invest 2 ults, they get Faker's Flash. He's not even pretty damaged. As if there was more follow-up, they could have possibly killed him there, but realistically, with how tanky he is, I don't think it was going to happen. And then they're really far ahead. The Equalizer, the Exhaust, so Diablo doesn't actually do any damage at all. The fact that Gumayushi is just completely untouched in this fight. Everything going the way of T1. And
this Rumble is a problem, man. I mean, I guess not a problem anymore because they're about to just walk down towards this Baron, kill that, then wander down the mid lane and win the game. But Doran does so much damage, dude. It is absolutely nutty. Faker here towards the top side of the map, just looking to cook these minions, get this wave in order. And the Baron, I don't think, is going to be addressed whatsoever here by B&K. Everything is so dark, and it is most certainly full of terrors in that jungle. Faker flapping after Vikla here as a Hex Flash opportunity
that was
area, but doesn't find the angle.
By the way,
that was, oh god,
one achieve.
Yep.
That's a scary sneeze, Atlas.
1 minute and 20 seconds of Elder Dragon. Well, actually, infinite time of Elder Dragon because Faker is there, so that's kind of permanent a little bit. It's a bit silly. Now that we think about it, of course, you do need to take the time to get there. The Smolder's inevitability is reminding us of how that Smolder meta felt as that inhibitor turret going to go down, and B&K just watching their options slip away if there were any left to begin with. Mum goes down, and so do the Nexus turrets. There's a hook. Kellen going to be flashing away here as the Equalizer has taken them to half health on its own. It's on, like they're almost about to die to just the Equalizer and an Elder Dragon.
Turret still standing, trying to hold on. And T1, still 30 seconds. They can try and play as the hook.
Carrier, that was so weird, but I loved it. He manages to find the stun onto Diablo as well. The Impale connects onto 2. The bottom lane is melted in an instant as the Emperor's Divide does nothing. There goes the Nexus turret. That is the clean ace, and T1 will scale their way to a 33-minute victory here in Game 2. It's Doran, right?
Oh, I wanted to kind of vote for bot lane, but I went Doran.
There we go.
The propaganda did it. And also, as I highlighted, I think in Game 1, he was such a standout. Game 2, I think Guma was a great vote. His pick in mid lane, I think ended up being really big for the game. Great follow-up from Ono, but it was
the fact that
Guma set it up.
Ono was playing Skana and had a good game as well.
Ono in Game 2, if there was a POG, I think he could have swept it. Carrier for the series as a whole would have made sense as well.
I think that
a lot of
still
choices.
could just win, but the cameraman, he thinks that it's Doran. I agree with him. Sobero, it's not, you know, the most fun time to be on the Rift, but I think that his Olaf looked great, you know, able to set up that first blood, and I don't think too many of us are judging him on the outcome of this series. B&K just realizing they need to change something up. I just think perhaps we're going to change it up in a different lane next time.
Yeah, that is one of the big stories of today, as the Senna cosplay from Guma. A really solid performance on the Senna that I highlighted again. Definitely one of those picks that Senna, almost more so than any other AD carry, except some things like Mila. Once you start winning on that champion early on, it just feels so oppressive because she has so much built-in safety. You just kite back, you heal, and then you can't escape.
You don't kill her, she just heals.
Yeah. And as does the rest of her team, right?
Yeah.
Like, look at the amount of healing that Guma is able to do in these fights. And yeah, he died a couple of times early. The attention from B&K working out, but he was still picking up kills, still picking up a lot of gold. And
yeah, this was actually really cute. Raptor having to flash to get out of the way and the hook not quite hitting. But this is about the time where Guma became so much of a problem, there was just nothing B&K could do about it.
Raptor continues, I think, to showcase performance on an individual level that makes us excited about this guy. Like, especially given the tools that he has, with a continuing underperformance from Vikla and a top lane that was underperforming, has now been swapped out and, you know, trying to play with challenger player. Really just the bot lane, and against Guma Carrier, you can't really expect quite as much there. I think Raptor continues to look good. It just isn't enough against a team like T1, and really, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone really expected that B&K were going to look, you know, phenomenal into T1, but the fact that T1 are playing with this level of gusto again, the fact that it is trying out the weird strategies, pulling out the smolder again, I mean, we're ramping, aren't we?
It's a T1 ramp up into a Genji dominance, into a playoffs wake up for Humble Life.
Yeah, and the question is, who is going to draw the short straw? You know, who is the one not going to MSI out of these top 3 teams? Because with T1 finding this level of form, like, I still feel like it's
I'm pretty confident about Genji.
Genji are looking pretty good. They're looking pretty good.
They did just choose.
I want to try to argue the 3-team region thing, though. You know?
Yeah, no. You can. I do think that you have to always include Genji, but T1 still, if we look at the beginning of the split to now, we were wondering how is T1 going to adjust to the fact that they no longer have Zayas, that they have Dora now. The adjustment, it took a couple of rounds, but I think we're there. I think that this type of playstyle is clearly working for the team. Some of the individual performances, I think, are a bit up and down, right? I think Faker still has been, even in this game, he was fine, but it felt like most of the stuff was happening around him as opposed to him being...
Gumishi just did almost triple the damage of Diablo in this game.
Yeah, the Lucian counterpick did not work.
It did not.
Maybe not so much of a counterpick, could obviously also be matchup related. But Diablo and Kellen were quite strong in the T1 bot lane last time around.
Yep.
Not now.
And when it comes to wife versus husband, my money is almost always on the wife. Let's just say that. In my experience, they win all of the arguments. As Doran is going to get it. There is a god, ladies and gentlemen, and he is benevolent. Faker allowing Doran to have this one.
He earned it, okay? Game number 1 was amazing. Game number 2, I'm expecting...
he had those couple of equalizers that allowed us to justify giving him the vote.
That's actually, yeah, that's kind of how it works, right? The early TP, I think, was also really good. But this is for your performance. And we have had a lot of POMs that were a little bit recency biased, so why not a POM that's biased toward game number 1?
Precisely. Absolutely love to see it. Now we get to have a conversation with Doran as well, which is absolutely fantastic because we haven't been able to speak to him, you know, since he
Except the owner interview where owner couldn't...
Oh, right. So we got to talk to Doran instead of owner, but now it's his own POM. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation, joined by Doran on the side of T1. Congratulations on the win. You got your revenge of the first round. How do you feel? Yeah, it was a big bummer that we lost to BNK Furex in the first round, but in the end, today we managed to get our revenge, so it feels amazing. So this is your second interview for this year's LCK, but first POM. How are you feeling? Our team has been performing pretty decently. You know, we are on a pretty good run, but this is my first POM of the season, so I hope I can pick up more in the future. Today, you were playing up against Soboro, who actually had his first LCK matchup against T1 3 years ago. His Olaf in Game 1 was pretty aggressive and pretty on point. How was it? Game 1, he hit level 3 and made a roam towards mid lane, which kind of freaked me out. But in the end, we were able to pick up the win of the game in that game, so I was very relieved. Well, your Yorick in that game had over 1,000 DPM. Were you expecting a POM after such a great performance in that game? I think I made a pretty impressive play at the end of the game, so I was like, maybe I might get a POM, and then I got lucky, you know, won game 2 as well, and then won the POM. 5 solo kills in that single game. Did you know that? I mean, I thought I did pick up a lot of solo kills, but I didn't know it was 5. Wow. Like, I have never experienced something like this before, so I think that was a great game for me. And then you got a couple more solo kills in game 2 as well, and with the solo kills today, now you are on the second place in the solo kill leaderboard in the LCK. How do you feel? You know, you have to keep buffing the numbers, you know. I gotta keep it going. And then game 2, T1 had smaller mids and a bot composition, you know, very late game focused. So what's the read on the meta right now with the new patch? With the new patch coming in, we wanted to try out a lot of different picks. And today, with that direction, we wanted to draft around those concepts, and it worked out pretty well. And you played Rumble in game 2. Your equalizer was always doing a great job. So what would you say about your Rumble? What makes your Rumble so special? I mean, Rumble, everyone plays it pretty similarly. It's a staple champion for top laners, but maybe today my Rumble was a little bit good, you know, a little bit better than ordinary Rumbles. And today, Tom, T1's coach, is having his birthday. Any birthday wishes for him? Happy birthday. Thank you so much for working so hard for our comms and drafting. Keep up the good work, please. And with today's victory, T1 now secured a spot in the road to MSI. You know, T1 is always getting a lot of support from the fans, a lot of cute fan signs as well, and a message over to them. Yeah, road to MSI is just around the corner. I hope our team can keep the great momentum and form going, and I will look forward to the fan support. And this will be the end of the Doran interview from T1 and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun and Yaya, as it was a first POM on T1 for Doran. He gets it done on the Rumble and on the Yorick, obviously. T1 do it methodically in game number 2, and it's a 12 out of 13. We guessed a we guessed
I thought it was going to be
9.
9. I thought there would be a few carrier votes. I expect the Rogue Guma vote.
The Right Media Guma vote.
I mean, his Senna was good.
I think he played well, and if Doran wasn't in this match, then I think it would have been okay vote. But I think like game 1 particularly was so about Doran. That's why it feels kind of weird to see the Guma vote. But Guma played well. Like it's no shade on him, and I think him and Carrier, had Doran not literally carried the entirety of game 1, would have probably picked up some more votes.
Yeah, I agree. Doran having a really strong performance after being heavily criticized, I think, by a lot of people early on in the season. Is at the end of LCK Cup, he was ramping up, and then we saw a little bit of a dip at the beginning of LCK proper, and now looking very strong. He had a ghoulishly strong performance from the man in the side lane. I'll let you guys react.
I liked how you said ghoulishly, so much emphasis on it.
Ghoulishly.
Ghoulishly.
I knew
performance.
When I called him out for not doing a good dad joke in the first game, he was going to come back with the good one here in series number 2. Ox, what do you have for us?
Yeah, we've had...
This one is better, to be frank.
Speaks for itself,
Oh. He does sometimes dig holes. So I feel like it works on both sides.
He's putting that shovel to good use, in that game 1. Doran, obviously, is he directly named after the items? I assume so, but I've never actually dived into his lore.
Yeah, I believe so as well. And yes, we got confirmation. I've always wondered this, and I think I've been told yes, but I'm always like, I'm pretty sure he is. And yeah, getting the shovel would be nice. They should put it in the game.
Yeah. He's always trenched in the weak side anyway, so he's always tucked in there. Chroniclers going with Doran retroactively justifying all Yorick picks. I like that one. That's true, because we were thinking about it when it came up. Morgan was getting wins on it, but then everyone was like, I don't know about that.
The thing I'm going to say is this kind of just makes the other Yoriks look bad, because it's like, this is how you're supposed to play it. All those times you see Yoriks grouping up and team fighting, and we're like, what are you doing? And then Doran, he knows actually what you're supposed to do with the champion.
Build the structures.
Yeah.
And win 1v2s by yourself.
I think Chronicler also could have said Doran making the other Yoriks look bad with his comment.
Pony going with Yorick and Rumble both went absolutely insane today. He was the news headline here. Pony not being any subtext there. It was just all facts for him. XJ, which is owner. Today's palm is for XJ, which is
Doran's Hyunjun, I believe is his real name.
Doran and owner's acronyms. Right?
Helios loves using player names and acronyms and stuff in his POM
CC,
comment.
HJ.
Yeah, Hyunjun.
It's a little specialty of his, I feel.
Yeah. Also, just quick shout outs to Wadid, who is like, wow, Doran gets the POM the day that I'm not there. Sag. Yes. Big fanboy.
So Wadid's the problem, I think. We can Don't worry, we'll just get rid of him. It's fine.
We won't, by the way, just to be clear. Chaotic Evil over here. Slow down.
We got Chaotic Evil. Let's take a look at the draft highlights real quick, because you wanted to highlight Smolder coming out here and the Senna. These are two that got buffed in the last patch.
So they both got buffed on this patch. Obviously, some of the stats for Smolder going up instead of getting more drops on the souls. But what I wanted to highlight these champions for is not because they're recently buffed, but this composition, especially with Rumble blind here into the Jace that can win the matchup, is insanely greedy earlier. You have a Skarner in this game as well, and you drafted the Nautilus into the Braum. So I think against a really strong team here, you might have just gotten bowled over in the early mid and just never gotten online. But I think at this point, T1, especially after what happened in Game 1, felt like there's such a strong team they can kind of just greed and get away with it, and they certainly did.
And especially when you have Lucian, Braum, and Poppy, these are all very short-range characters. You don't have reliable engage. both Smolder and Senna go rapid fire cannon, eventually you just hit critical mass and you cannot approach without losing so much HP. And we ended up kind of seeing that in the game where it was definitely the onus was on BNK FearX to get an early lead, a substantial lead, and snowball the game. And what happened is they kind of just meandered a bit. It hit the point where T1 were like, okay, stacks have been hit, you know, we've got the execute from the Smolder, we've got enough range on the center, and the goal just went all the way there.
Yeah, Vikla was not having a good time in side lanes. He generated a small lead into Faker in the lane, and Faker actually generated his stacks very slowly, and I think considering the game state and their composition, he played it safe, which was the right call, and didn't get his stacks until much later. But you could see once we got to those later team fights, it was just not playable for BNK once the scaling really hit.
Yeah, T1 on form, looking good, and today ends up being a quick 4-0, just like everyone predicted and drew it on up. T1 moving to 10-5. BNK FearX now dropping behind the Bros. I saw earlier the Bros were like 8th place Giga Chad. Now we're 7th Giga Chad.
Yeah, I mean, odds are very good for T1, but rapidly approaching the point where they will be locked into the Legend group like Genji and HLER. BNK FearX, I mean, still possible for them to make it in, but, you know, they have 3 matches left. KT are on 7 wins. If KT win another match, the best you can do is tie, and then it's down to game score, and that game score is pretty rough at -10, so need to start getting more wins if you do want to keep your chances alive to make it into that Legend group.
Tomorrow's match is pretty interesting. Obviously, the big one is the Nongshim KT one, because this is still for those stakes, for making sure you have your spot in the Legend group. These are teams that, you know, we've had a lot of discussion. Is it going to be D+? Is it going to be Nongshim? Is it going to be KT? KT looking pretty strong right now. D+ taking a loss today. If KT wins this one, their chances go up in a massive way. And we'll be taking a look at those head-to-heads later. Genji DRX, on the other hand, not as many implications for what it means.
Yeah, and a bit of a tall ask, I think. You know, we've seen, we had Genji vs DNF recently, which was a pretty tough one. But we'll see. Genji still trying to continue that undefeated streak. Will they go 18-0? That's the question.
I mean, that is what I enjoy, getting to see that greatness and a DRX playing confidently. And as you said, that second series, a lot of implications for the groups. It's been a great Thursday. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you Friday for more LCK action.
연패를 끊고 나니까 경기력이 좀 달라지고 있거든요 지금. 이러니까 승리만한 게 없는 거예요.
완벽한 연계.
정말 귀신 같아요. 30분이 되는 그 시점.
하나 생명의 시간인가요? 경기력으로 증명하는 거잖아요. 과연 누가 쇼의 프로브를 할지 기대가 됩니다.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.